Hi, guys. Welcome back to the show. After a short break, this is your host, Lord Telesmont V. We're here again to talk watches. And I want to start with a couple of posts that I did recently on Instagram and some interesting observations. But let's start with what is most interesting to me, which is always watches first and watches above all. This is one of my style icons, of course, Miles Davis. I really love his music, but what I really love is his early style for the most part. Um, but here, it's really an exceptional photograph from a concert that he did in France. And he's wearing his famous Breitling Navitimer on this kind of cuff leather band, right? Not something like a band strap, but not quite like a full cuff band. And it's really a moment in in ecstasy. You can see him becoming one with his instrument, really flowing through with his music. It's a beautiful, beautiful shot. And one thing that struck me, of course, with the help of Fred Mandelbaum, who is probably one of the most knowledgeable people on the history of chronographs, but especially on the history of Breitling chronographs. He has once said that what really sets Navitimer apart from a lot of other watches, especially in the period, right? Again, this is a photograph from 1960s. It's just its unmistakable appearance, right? Because a lot of times you would have photographs from this time period and you would do a double take, you would try to establish some sort of focus, you would try to get the details, and you never quite sometimes get what watches people are wearing. And in the case of the Navitimer, it's almost always and nearly immediately identifiable because it's just so recognizable. It's just so different from everything else out there, and that's been both a curse and a blessing for the Breitling Navitimer. Blessing in the way that I just talked about it, right? You see it, you instantly recognize it, you know what it is, and even if you don't know what a Navitimer is, it's instantly recognizable. You can't mistake it for any other watch. You love it, you hate it, you know how it looks. Because especially of that slide rule function and the bezel that goes with it, of course. But of course, compared to, let's say three or four other chronographs from about the same era, that look that is a little busier, that's a little quirkier, has also been probably the reason that it simply does not have the same sort of place in the pantheon as a Rolex Daytona has, as an Omega Speedmaster has, right? Or a Patek from the golden era, like an hand-wound Patek chronograph, such as the 1463 has. I would myself add a Type 20 into that list, whether it's Breguet or one of the original suppliers. That's a much broader question. But anyway, we're talking about designs. Of course, the fact that Breitling is not Rolex, is not Omega in the sense of a brand recognition and in the way that reputation has survived and thrived, which in Breitling's case, unfortunately, has faced some interruptions and some eras where the brand simply did not have the best of reputations. But in either case, Navitimer itself really has this almost against the grain appeal, what you might even call timeless, simply. Right? And that is what makes it an icon. That's why I wanted to call this photograph, caption this particular picture, a style icon in ecstasy, right? Because Miles Davis, he's a style icon. And once again, you can say the same thing about him as well, right? In the thick of the jazz age, where he was truly one of the uh, on the vanguard, one of the pioneers. He had this quite traditional um, American style, and then he evolved from it into in basically coming up with his unique blend, basically coming up with a style that was unmistakably mild, and that's the Navitimer as well. What makes it an icon is this almost instant and nearly unfailing identification through time. You know that it is the Navitimer, and you know that it is Miles. No mistake about it. All right. Hey, guys. I hope that was good as a warm up. We're starting. We're starting in earnest. And I'm seeing already that my connection is once again experiencing problems. So I apologize in advance. Um, Unfortunately, this is the way it is for the time being. We will have a very interesting and special show coming up quite soon. Next week is again, it's going to be a crazy week. I was doing some preparations yesterday, so I apologize for being away. But I have some interesting meetings on Thursday and Friday. So we'll see if I will have a show on Friday, but certainly on Saturday there will be a lot of interesting material to share with you, and I can't quite reveal everything yet. Um, but there's something very um, interesting reveals, interesting collaborations, and interesting watch news to come. Um, the other thing that makes next week quite exciting for me as a watch enthusiast is because the GPHG is going to reveal its candidates for the prizes. That's Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève. So that's the grand prize of horology that's given out of Geneva by the Swiss industry. And whatever we think about these awards and award ceremonies, I think it's always interesting to take a look at them just to see the trends in the business, just to see what people value enough to put up for prices, how the jury or the selection committee whittles them down and comes up with a winner. I think that process in and of itself is quite interesting to observe. So I look forward to next week because the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie Genève is going to reveal its list of finalists. All right, so it's nice to see you. Nice to see you, man. Wristwatch Holic. Check out his Instagram account under the same name. Thank you for reminding people to upvote. Big Meech is rolling in with his flock. Nice to see you here too, Meech. I don't know what happened, Joe, but I can't see your avatar. I don't know if that's a problem on my end or yours. So, um, yeah, look into it if you don't mind. Maybe it's something interesting you want to show us. So I would love to see that. Messaging Matters is here, joining in with his trumpet. Nice to see you, man. It's always lovely to have you here. And George Varghese, good evening to you too. Paul we reminds everyone to upvote. Um, the other thing I wanted to share, and that's a little less pleasant and makes me think about really just the general way that women are treated in our community, honestly. Um, because again, just a couple of once every so often, out of 10 posts, I would, I would just randomly post a woman wearing a hot watch, a sports watch, um, which looks just as good and sometimes more interesting than how the average man wears his watch, his Rolex, his sports watch, whatever it is. And there's always someone trying to get smart in the comments, right? There's always someone trying to say something snarky, say something, sarcastic, undermining, and it's always the post where I post something that involves a woman. So I find that to be an interesting trend. I don't like naming and shaming, so disregard whatever the name says. But yeah, so I posted Mirka Federer, who has been, of course, Roger Federer's life partner for quite some time, having, of course, bonded with him through their passion for tennis, having been teammates for the Swiss national team. And she's always there, as you know, to support Roger. So it just makes sense that they also share this passion for Rolex and watches in general. So I found this picture of her wearing a platinum Daytona. She usually wears flashier stuff, a lot of Rolex with gem settings, some popular models. But I just enjoy the fact that she's wearing that watch so casually. And someone says she gets any Rolex for free. Well, I mean, so does Roger. Um, don't see a problem with that. You still have to make a conscious choice. You still have to put yourself together in a certain way, and you still have to be cool enough to pull off that watch. And I've seen a lot of douchebags wearing that platinum Daytona, and they don't look half as good as Mirka does in this photo. So that needs to be said. The second thing is, again, just earlier today, I posted Elle Macpherson. Elle Macpherson is, of course, um, she basically owned a couple of decades as a model and later as a businesswoman, extremely successful. Maybe her acting career didn't take off in the way she wished, but no matter, right? She had such an incredible appeal that time called her simply the body, right? And here she is, just looking, impeccable with that white blazer, white pair of pants, and a beautiful gold lemon dial Paul Newman Daytona. And the watch looks cool on her, and perhaps she makes that watch look even cooler than it already is, which I find, honestly, again, it's one of my weak spots. I find it extremely attractive when a woman can properly wear a Rolex professional watch or any other sports watch and make it her own. And I felt that she here gets as close to the Goldfinger standard that Honor Blackman set, of course, as a Bond girl in that movie Goldfinger, wearing that 6542 Pepsi GMT Master, or Pan Am, you can also call it, since it was the original with the bakelite bezel and everything. So here, again, she's wearing a very nice, otherwise quite average GMT Master, and it looks good. It looks right. But someone feels the need to get smart in the comments and says she would properly wear it if she did wear the bracelet her size. All right, so now we're deciding how people should wear watches that they own, how other people should wear their watches. That's a very interesting take there. And I never get, trust me, if I posted a picture of Roger Waters and his Datejust, I wouldn't be getting this comment. But somehow this one gets attention because she wears the bracelet a little loosely here. Fascinating. Fascinating, but let that stand a little bit. Big Meech says, "Is this the end of the Meech?" Well, we haven't even seen the beginning. What's going on, Meech? You have been a little absent. We would like to get more of the Meech. We would like to get a bigger slice of Meech. Would like to get Smokin' Joe. Stay tuned. And okay, now we can see it. It's the Z Blue. It's the Z Blue with a nice reflection. It's a very good one. So GPHG is coming up with the list of their nominees. I thought it could be an interesting idea to check through last year's winners. They literally have, of course, an academy, right? They have basically permanent members, quite a sizable contingent. Of course, it's usually out of these this group of people that they end up selecting the jury. But I think they really announced the jury much later in the year. But Jack Forster, Nick Fox, a lot of people that we talk about on a regular basis here. Elizabeth Deur, for example, right, the founder of Quill and Pad. A lot of familiar names, part of the academy. So at some point we will know who the jury will be as well. But so far we don't know much about the 2022 edition. Last time around, the Aiguille d'Or is the grand prize that was won by the Bulgari Octofinissimo, the perpetual calendar version, the slimmest in the world among perpetual calendars. We have talked a little bit about this, how invested Bulgari is and how invested actually LVMH is that they would spend so much time, effort, and resources to put Bulgari on the horological map. And as we have talked many times before, a lot of these prizes that they have won, I think to the tune of 8 prizes with Dr. Finissimo, is always about the thinnest, right? The thinnest watch, the thinnest perpetual calendar, the thinnest, the thinnest, the thinnest. And this was one of those achievements, right? And I really enjoy the layout of this watch as well, this particular perpetual calendar. Of course, it's kind of deprived of all the romanticism that a perpetual calendar with moon phase would have. It's not a perpetual calendar chrono like Patek famously has, which is kind of the best combo meal deal you can get in the on the horological menu. But it remains true to the principles of its own design. You know, you have the leap year indicator here, day, month, and date, fully executed in titanium. And if I'm not mistaken, I was going to say both the date and the leap year are retrograde. So, you know, you have that jump back when the cycle is done in both cases. So I think it's a beautiful piece of design, and there's something to appreciate about it, even if you are not necessarily a fan of the design like I already am. Um, Again, you know, that's one thing I believe that people can never say about uh, the Bulgari Octofinissimo on the one hand and the Alangonzone Odysseus, right? It's whether they are part of the trend of sports chic or of a luxury sports watch, they are very different from everything else that is out there. And they're very much properly Bulgari or properly Lange. Again, immediately recognizable. Of course, none of these two watches, don't take me wrong, can be recognized as an icon. Far from it, right? These watches are very young. Even the original Octo design that was actually a Janta design. Again, pardon me. That's a very again, that's a relatively young um, design, and ultimately, it hasn't had even a fraction of the traction that other designs from that era have received, have been subjected to. So that was the grandest of grand prizes, Aiguille d'Or, that the Bulgari Octofinissimo perpetual calendar in titanium with retrograde date indicator and leap year display received. The ladies' watch prize was received by Piaget for this Limelight Gala Precious Rainbow. More of a jewelry piece than everything else, but I love how, except of course for the gem setting, it's a very straightforward, homogeneous, even monotonous design, right? So it really lets that rainbow shine through. And obviously, I think this is even more of an acquired taste than Dr. Finissimo. Um, and I'm saying this again with the full knowledge that most, um, the woman's watch as a category, as a jewelry piece, I think has maybe suffered even more than than the men's dress watch as a category. Um, so a lot of times I don't even, I don't know many people who have actually gem set watches. Just diamonds on the dial, sure, diamonds on the bezel, but something that is as extravagant as this usually isn't seen very often, isn't seen certainly on a daily basis, um, and doesn't usually replace the other kinds of jewelry that women on very elevated occasions would wear. Um, so this is an interesting piece, and it does live up to Piaget's own brand, being a reinterpretation of a vintage piece from 1973. And of course, very thin and elegant, right? Even with those gems almost jumping out, it's 10 millimeters, so not that thick at all. There's a lady's complication, which is the Van Cleef and Arpels fairy watch. And again, I think this is a little more fascinating because it's a poetic complication, right? And it has a jumping hour indicator here and retrograde minutes. So again, lovely piece, but very unique. And truly, again, this is a competition, right? So people are really pushing boundaries with elements of design, elements of the complication. So what I do like, though, about the three pieces that we have so far explored, that we have so far attended to, they're all wearable pieces at some level, right? You can certainly imagine someone wearing Dr. Finissimo, um, even on a daily basis, right? It is a watch that's very light, almost unnoticeable on the wrist to the wearer, but something that also announces itself quite loudly to anyone who sees it, because it's a big watch on the wrist. It's very wide and flat. But other than that, you can easily see someone wearing that. You can easily see someone wearing um, the Piaget to a very fancy dinner, right? It is a beautiful ladies' piece, and same thing with the ladies' complication, the Van Cleef and Arpels fairy watch. That's also a fantastic piece. And of course, the men's prize had gone to Grand Seiko with their high beat caliber, 80 hours of power reserve. Again, something that I believe straddles that ever porous boundary between a dress watch and a sports watch. I think this can be, on the one hand, recognized as a dress piece, but the aesthetic is, I think, so heightened and so sporty in steel, especially, that it feels like, it is something that is much lighter than only a watch to be worn for formal occasions. This is a nice comment from Messaging Matters. The Piaget reminds me of the Screen Gems logo. Yeah, and again, some people have criticized Grand Seiko in the past for maybe focusing too much on the dials. But I mean, I can only respect a certain distinctive quality about every single brand. And for me, a lot of times, Grand Seiko watches leave something to be desired at the price point. Once you start moving out of the dial, um, a lot of times their bracelet designs are taken to task, and I don't disagree with most of those criticisms. But when it comes to the dial designs they come up with and how they execute them on a consistent basis, I think they deserve all the praise that they are getting. And of course, those of you who are into the precision and accuracy that a high beat automatic caliber um, provides, and others who are actually, um, how shall I put this, who have bought into uh, the spring drive technology, which I really tried at a certain point in time, would always find something quite unique, quite elevated, and quite special in Grand Seiko. It is the kind of brand like Omega once was that cultivates its own cult following, and I think it is well deserved. It's not for everyone, but Grand Seiko, I think, makes great pieces. MB&F LMX Titanium gets the men's complication prize. This is still the 2021 prizes, last year's prizes that we are discussing. Again, personally speaking, I've never understood the appeal. Um, I'm not even a fan of skeletonized, open worked dials, so you can imagine that this is just too much for me. But you know, MB&F has a whole shtick of even calling what they produce a machine, right? And you can certainly concede that point. Those familiar with MB&F's very first legacy machine will instinctively know how LMX operates. The two dials of stretched white lacquer, each with its own display of hours and minutes. Unlike the first legacy machines, however, both dials are tilted at an angle, a more complex feature requiring the transfer of energy from horizontal to vertical planes thanks to conical gears. In another nod to the world first vertical power reserve indicator of legacy machine number one, LMX, builds on the slice of MB&F history with a completely novel three-dimensional display that showcases the engine's impressive 7 days of power reserve. In this evolved display, there's an option to select between two modes of counting down the power reserve. Two markers are positioned on opposite sides of a hemisphere, one framed by an arced scale numbered 1 to 7, another with a scale showing the days of the week. Right, you can see the vertical power reserve up there. So again, this, it has to make sense, and within its own world, this is a watch that makes absolute sense, because they're coming up with these new ways of making movements and providing indicators, like the watch dials that are tilted at an angle, like the vertical power reserve display. And obviously they want to exhibit them, they want to expose them, they want to demonstrate them as openly and with as much detail as possible. So within MB&F's own universe, this display makes absolute sense. Like a perfectly balanced X, the engine of LMX is deeply symmetrical, not only on the dial side, but as also as observed through the sapphire caseback, revealing three barrels placed evenly around the center, accentuated by the sunray pattern of the Côte de Genève finishing. A treat for those who can read the language of watch movements, who can discern expert intent and refined purpose behind the placement of each component. By all means, by all means. Right? And they're absolutely right. This is all Greek to me. What would I know about an MB&F watch? But this was last year's winner of a men's complication piece. Speaking of icons, iconic watch prize. That was won by Royal Oak Jumbo Extra Thin with the smoked green dial. Alex, Lord, he says, I'm looking for pulsometer, which can be useful for me. I'm thinking about Jaeger LeCoultre Master Control chronograph. Thoughts? Okay, let's take a little pause in our consideration of 2021 winners of JP&H, and let's look at the Jaeger LeCoultre Master Control chronograph. Let me know also, Wristwatchholic, what your budget is, because that might, yeah, that basically has everything to do um, with what we can recommend at this in this particular category, because there's so much, especially if you want to dip into the um, world of vintage. There's so much that you can get with a pulsometer instead of a tachymeter when it comes to a chronograph. I think you mean the chronograph calendar, or chronograph pure and simple. Let me know that as well, because at least in the current lineup, what we have is a chronograph calendar. I am, by the way, a huge fan of the steel bracelet that Jaeger LeCoultre produces. It wears really nicely, um, and has enough of a contrast between brushed center links and polished um, outer links. By no means, please don't expect, just because we highlighted that contrast, don't expect the kind of hand finishing that goes with certain bracelets that achieve this sort of contrast, like the bracelet of an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. But um, the steel bracelets that the new Polaris has, the steel bracelets that the Master Control series have, are very well designed, uh, feel very good on the wrist, and are just very comfortable as well. So this is basically a triple calendar, right? As you can see, date, day, month, And you also have the moon phase, and of course, chronograph, right? We were just talking about um, the prestige complication, which is the perpetual calendar chronograph, and also moon phase usually, right? So this is a watch that brings most of those elements together in one affordable package, starting with the fact that it's in steel, of course, which is something that's harder to find, um, and in fact, much more expensive when it comes to the level of watchmakers to which Patek belongs. And you also have one notch down from perpetual calendar in this particular piece, because this is a piece that you would have to adjust 4 times a year rather than once a year, which is what you have to do with the annual calendar for the end of February, or once a century, which is what you have to do with a perpetual calendar once it's adjusted correctly. Does the JLC bracelet have an extension? Let's check that out. I'm not sure. I am not sure. I know they have in the recent generation made it like an easy change system, right? They're very easy to remove. Let me search for this. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, again, since I do not currently own and have never owned, in fact, the Jaeger-LeCoultre watch with the full steel bracelet, I can't tell you how efficient it works and how it may be compared to Rolex's glide lock system or, say, Tudor's T-Fit system. It is, in fact, adjustable. For this kind of look, which is very sporty, actually, even though it has a pulsometer instead of a tachometer, I do like the rectangular pushers, right, which is a slightly more modern look. I actually like how the heat blued hands, as well as the night sky contrast with the dial, with the silver of the dial. I am somewhat concerned about the legibility, because usually these sorts of highly polished Dauphine hands tend to disappear quite quickly on a silver dial. So that's my main point of concern about this watch. And this is 1205 and 40 millimeters in diameter. And I guess one step up from this is a watch that I really like in the lineup, as you know, Alex, already. Um, the Polaris perpetual calendar, which is of course a bigger watch that's also slightly thicker, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, not to mention, oh no, it's actually all right. So Polaris perpetual calendar is actually thinner than the triple calendar chrono in the Master Control series, but it's a bigger watch. It's a sportier watch, and it's a more complicated watch, of course. But honestly, I find it really appealing, that combination of chronograph and calendar. It's always fascinating to me. And the watch at least has the aesthetics of that very prestigious combination, even though again, a caliber and a complication that's a little less complex than a perpetual calendar. But yeah, here's the clasp that does in fact include an adjustment system. Wristwatchholic says the rose gold version is has better legibility, but is expensive. I'm sure. I'm not even sure if they have it anymore in the current lineup, do they? Oh, they do, of course. But yeah, like you're saying, that's almost 30K, and it only comes with the croc strap, right? With the leather alligator leather strap. And yeah, I mean, presumably it has better legibility. I can already tell, and I can already tell those white gold Dauphine hands against silver always disappear. And here you have a dial that's itself a little muted to begin with, right? More of an off-white than silver, and then pink gold against it. And I always love the fact that they match the moon with the metal. I think that's a nice touch. Of course, some like, when it comes to moon phase again, it's a very romantic complication. It's really all about the emotions that it inspires. So some people like the older anthropomorphic look of the moon where it actually has a face. Um, Others like something that looks more realistic, right? In the way that it reminds you of the moon that you can actually see for the most part in a clear sky. And I really like actually when the moon matches the metal of the case. I think that always brings out a very nice contrast against the backdrop of the sky. Yeah, I think at this price point, anyways, I would probably just wait for the Polaris perpetual calendar to fall into into the secondary market and try to get it for around that, when all is said and done, rather than this. And again, I know this has a chronograph, but that is a perpetual calendar, and that's a Gégé Lecoutre perpetual calendar, which carries the signature of the Kurt Klaus module, which in fact made it possible to adjust all functions, all indicators of a perpetual calendar with the help of a single pusher. So I think, both aesthetically and even from a utilitarian way, this is just a better design than the steel, because it's always a tricky question when you have, white gold hands against a silver dial. It's you're just setting yourself up for trouble if you want actual legibility, right? And I know you might, since you're making the conscious choice that this is a chronograph that has a pulsometer, that has a pulsation dial. Um, but of course, the legibility won't be much of a problem there since you have the heat blue chronograph seconds. That's fine. And I know that you want a pulsometer chronograph, but yeah, if you graduate to pink gold, it's better to seek deals on on something like the Conde de Vache or something, in steel perhaps, than chase after the triple calendar chrono in the Master Control series. Again, with all due respect, and you know how big of a fan I am when it comes to Gégé Lecoultre. JB, man, lovely to see you. Thank you. I received your email. I didn't have a chance to respond or go through it yet, but thanks for your message. Jake Brooks says, on the pulsation chrono, the old Daytona 6239 read the beats after 15 pulses. Yeah, it's some vintage Daytona references do have a pulsometer version, and it's very unique and very beautiful. This is try not to look at the price. Again, not that a lot of the vintage Daytonas are anywhere within the realm of our imagination. When you have something as unique as this, that has, of course, the tachometer on the bezel and a pulsometer on the dial, you, of course, and with a panda dial configuration, of course, which always has some extra measure of desirability, you have something that reaches this sort of price range. But I think this is also just as a combination of colors. I think this is one of the most beautiful Panda dials that I've ever seen. There's a little touch of red, of course, with the Daytona writing there over the 9 o'clock 12-hour totalizer subdial. And there's also a beautiful shade of blue for the pulsometer. Beautiful. What a piece. What a piece. And Wristwatchholic, sorry I ruined it for you. Steel one looks so bad after I saw the pink gold one. And Nick Butter agrees. Rose gold still looks lovely when it comes to the JLC Master Control chronograph calendar. Jake Brooks says, on the JLC, the font on the day, month in the rose gold. Yeah, that was a good one. Let's see if we can see it here. Yeah, just very classical and very beautiful. Very, very cool. I also want to see quickly what JB was saying about the Daytona pulsometer. Probably is all white. right, rather than the Panda dial scheme. Mhm. All right, there's also the Clapton one. Mm. But let's look at the albino first. This doesn't have a pulsometer though. Let's see. This is again a Panda. This is a pre-Daytona, of course. Again, tachymeter on the outside, pulsation dial somehow on the center. Yeah, I'm not sure if many people will agree with this because people like the contrast of the Panda dial. People like the ceramic bezel versions of the Daytona because of that contrast, but I think this is just beautiful. Um, just having that all silver dial with simply the recessed sub dials to set the tone. Um, I think this is a very elegant watch. I can certainly imagine it on a lovely leather strap, worn as a dress watch. You know, and the Daytona is of course just the perfect watch for that, perfect dimensions. Hey, Junior Johnson, thank you for stopping by, man. Love you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, pulsometer is usually, of course, called the doctor's watch, right? The chronographs with the pulsometer or pulsograph dial is always, fondly referred to as the doctor's watch. And of course, we don't usually think of the Daytona as the doctor's watch, but there are those. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Omega CK 2998 Panda is a pulsometer, but it was a limited edition. Yeah, God forbid. Um, Omega makes actual limited editions as it did here, which I think was a very handsome watch. Um, and it's not unobtainable. Of course, it's usually more expensive um, than the average Speedmaster, but I think they can still be found at a reasonable price point. I would have to do some extensive research for it, but let me know if you're in the market. We can probably find something. Um, we can probably figure something out. I'm sure. I mean, the internet is an immense universe. I'm sure we can dig something up. But already it doesn't look too bad, frankly. Um, and one thing I like about the CK2998 is, of course, again, the dimensions of the case. For someone like me, this is much more wearable than the 42 millimeter Speedmaster. And of course, um, before we kind of circle back to the 2021 GPHG prizes, for me, the king of altimeter aisle chronographs on the market today is the Vacheron Constantin Historique. And you see, we have talked about how the models are dwindling in this range. The platinum is already removed from the page. I had mentioned this before. One of these is going to go too. I think it's the one with the blue accents. That's of the triple date that is going to go soon. And I've also heard that the pink gold Corne de Vache 1955 is out of production as well, which leaves us with this. I think this would be just about perfect with the pulsometer in blue as well. I don't know if they considered that to be too much in the design department, but that would have been just about perfect. JB says, normally doctors will count the heartbeats for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get heart rate. On the pulsometer, the doc starts chrono and stops it at the 15th beat, and the watch shows heart rate. Lovely. Yeah, and of course, here we're looking at just a chronograph in steel. None of the accoutrement that comes with the addition of the triple calendar, which I think is actually a virtue because I like the simplicity of classic design that belongs properly to this 2-register chronograph. But of course, for others, that might be understood as a lack, especially if you were looking at the combination of those two functions, triple date and the chronograph, or even at a higher level, a perpetual calendar and chronograph. It's a very different. It's a very different execution. It's a very different kind of watch. And beautiful in rose gold as well. And Peeping Time says, now the nurse puts an oxygen sensor on your finger that gives the heart rate and oxygen level. Absolutely. Guys, so before we circle back to the GPHG 2021 prizes in expectation of the finalists that are going to be announced next month, we have just passed our first hour. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presence and support. Hit the like button, please. It really helps me to gain more exposure. Subscribe if you haven't yet. I'm here with you with watch content every day with the live streams, and 2-3 times a week with further videos that range from 6 to 15 minutes in length that are a lot more focused and specific. So stay tuned. We have some exciting developments coming up this week, an interesting collaboration, um, and a focus on some new releases, some interesting developments, some exciting developments and releases from the whole wide world of horology. Um, and ultimately, if you could spread the word, if you could share the link on other platforms, and if you could help me bring in more people into this channel, if you can help me expand my audience, I would very much appreciate it. And of course, that will give me the opportunity to get monetized once I reach 1,000 subscribers. In the meantime, if you do want to support the channel, if you want to contribute in that way, there are already a few options which allow you to do that. It will help me, of course, stay afloat first and foremost. I put everything back into the channel. Stay independent, stay completely audience directed, not taking directions from anyone else except your suggestions, except your requests for content, except responding to your questions and your comments. And ultimately, really, it will help this channel increase and expand and grow bigger in quality and quantity as well, because I can dedicate more time into it eventually, right? So if you want to allow me to do that, you can use the links that I just posted there. I have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. You can use the PayPal connected to my primary point of contact, which is Lord Hellespont the 5th at gmail.com, Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. And I've also established a Patreon, and that has a very specific goal, actually. If I get enough support, I'll be able to have 2 additional live streams per week earlier in the day, so I can interact more closely and more often with the audience based in UK, with the audience based in continental Europe, and even some of the people for whom this live show is a little late and are on the East Coast, for example. So all the links are there, and the information is in the crawling ticker and also included in the video description. So at any point in time, if you feel so generous, it's all there. But in either case, thank you for your support and presence. I really appreciate it. And Nick Butter, thank you. That's what helps me most. Thank you for bringing me that much closer to 1,000 subs. Thank you. So now we are going back to the GPHG prizes of last year in expectation of the announcement that's going to come from them for this year's finalists. And they have a category which uses this very tired phrase and expression, right? The iconic watch. But what else than the Royal Oak Jumbo, right? And this is a version that was, pardon me, executed in all platinum with a smoked or fumé green dial. And as you know, as much as green is kind of the proprietary color of Rolex, so it is for Audemars Piguet, right? Oftentimes, that's what they use in a lot of their presentation material, certainly in their presentation boxes. The shade of the paint of the wood they use is usually in a very dark tint of green. The document holders and all the other material is often tinted green. So it fits for them to do this, and this was in expectation, of course, of the Golden Jubilee, so to speak, of the 50th anniversary that was coming up, kind of finding a way to say goodbye to the old reference now 15202 or 15202, which was replaced this year for the 50th anniversary with 16202. Not much to explain here, not much to introduce. It is the Royal Oak Jumbo that has been there for now half a century and seems to have perhaps even more appeal now than than it ever had. But of course, it is really a collision of two different worlds, two different genres, right? It has that Gégé Lecoutre produced 2121 caliber, which is extra thin, um, quite a workhorse, quite ahead of its time. It has the sleekness and discreteness in terms of its proportions and in terms of how thin it is of a dress watch. Yet it has also the brutal modernist aesthetic of that octagonal bezel with the exposed bolts and that hand finished integrated bracelet that reminds you of a conveyor belt more than anything else. And of course, at the same token, you have a crown that looks simply like one of those bolts that decorate the bezel or that secure the bezel in another way. Certainly a design favorite of mine, but not universally appreciated. But I don't think anyone would make a scene about it receiving a prize that's called the iconic watch prize. There's a category dedicated specifically to the tourbillon. It's the de Bethune kind of two tourbillon with this reversible case, hollowed out structure with a reversible center. And guys, just so you know, just as Alex directed me, Wristwatchholic directed me in the middle of this presentation, if you have any questions, anything else that you want me to discuss, uh, this channel is your platform. So you shoot the question there. You type in your recommendation there, and I'm happy to change the tracks of the conversation. We can always come back to this. But this is, of course, a wonderful, if also innovative, presentation of the tourbillon, which, again, in our time and for a wristwatch, mostly remains something quite aesthetic, right? At the end of the day, this is a complication, quote unquote, really not a complication because ultimately it's really a mode of regulation, right? It helps a watch keep better time since pocket watches at the time would lose time, would not keep good time because of the vertical way that they were held in the pocket. Abraham Louis Breguet designed the tourbillon as a way of basically turning that core in 6 different ways. So it does, in fact, keep time in all the different positions. And basically, in the modern design language, it gives you a way of peeking into the beating heart of your watch in this very appealing visual way. And this is, of course, a way of exhibiting the tourbillon that's at once very much in your face, but also very discreet, right? Because you can use any of these watch faces, one of which has a design that almost looks like how Breguet would look in year 2022, right? That classic guilloche decorated dial with the palm hands, the apple hands that are simply now called Breguet hands, and having a font for the Arabic numerals that's reminiscent of Breguet, but not quite, right? So this is, I think, a very nice piece of design. And as far as futuristic or retrofuturistic designs go in the world of horology, I think the Bethune is my bag than MB&F. So this was the Tourbillon prize. And honestly, it doesn't surprise me to see a special prize dedicated to the Tourbillon because at some point Tourbillon was all the rage, right? It was fascinating to me that became the complication to have earlier in the 21st century. Every brand would produce and execute a tourbillon. There was a tourbillon for every single price range, basically. That's not really the case anymore because so many examples of it came out. It became perhaps a little exhausted. But hey, that being said, it's still, I think, a fascinating aesthetic to have a tourbillon. This is the Calendar and Astronomy Watch Prize. Um, Christian van der Klaaf, CVDK Planetarium, Isinger. I actually love the look of this watch. I think there's just something wonderful about the real turquoise dial. Just the again that classical watch design that reminds me more of the design codes of Breguet more than anything, or more generally, just like this look of almost a pocket watch converted to wristwatch, right? Something that's very much coin shaped with extended lugs that are soldered on the case. The Romans I absolutely love, and that disc within disc, the concentric circle design of the calendar is to me absolutely fascinating, which is not to say anything about, of course, this display of the solar system. So let's read a little bit about it. This is the smallest mechanical heliocentric planetarium in the world. Storytelling, science, in-depth history, and art. Right, fascinating. So this is the story is, of course, the 1781 building by Isaac Isinger of a planetarium in his living room on his ceiling to disprove a contemporary prophecy that certain planets were on a collision course and that the end of the world was therefore imminent. Now in 2020, right, the oldest still working planetarium in the world meets the smallest mechanical planetarium in the world, and that's this watch. In-house design module gives you the smallest mechanical heliocentric planetarium in the world. It displays real-time the solar orbits of Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Right. By the way, I mean uh, this is once again not a concept piece, right? It's a 40 millimeter watch, more or less. Um, it's again, it's not cheap by any means, but it's right under 60,000 francs. So you know, it doesn't look outrageous that someone in the community, at least within the audience who listens to this channel, might actually score something like this, and it looks absolutely beautiful to me, um, without even going through the details of the history. It also shows you, of course, the minutes, hours, the date, and the month. Right, the smallest mechanical planetarium in the world is located at the 6 o'clock position. The colored planets are hand painted. How precious is that? The golden sun is positioned exactly in the middle of the planetarium. The planets orbit around the sun as follows. The Swiss movement is a modified for Christian van der Klauw to create more space, as we need this to build planetarium module on top of it. The watch has a twin barrel that gives a power reserve of 69 hours, which is very respectable, a full 4 days of power reserve. The planetarium is connected to the date, so it is very easy to set the watch and to keep your planets correct. This is important. You don't need to be an astronomer to wear such a complicated timepiece. Guys, if you need the ultimate dress watch with which you can troll flat earthers, this is the one for you. It's absolutely precious. Of course, it makes me look into this right now because when it says simply Swiss movement, I always accept the worst, I should say, because you never um, they would have specified it if it were something uh, to advertise, if it were something to be proud of. When they leave it just there as Swiss movement, I'm guessing it's just an ETA base, um, because this brand, which has again beautiful moon phase executions in general, beautiful designs, usually uses the Valjoux 7750 to build these modules on top of it, which again is just something to note, right? Not something to discount the watch altogether. If there are enough elements and enough transparency, enough elements to legitimate it horologically, and enough transparency to uh, towards the customer. And I think they do a decent job of it, even though they don't scream it off the rooftops, to let everyone know that this is a rather average movement base on which they build their complications as a module. It is something that you should know to make a proper decision. Jay Sykes says UV rays can degrade lubricants on tourbillon, but I'm wondering how much sun those watches get anyway. Right. Um, I mean, it's really a question how much sun any watch gets these days. Honestly, with the whole emergence of quote unquote collectors who really stash everything uh, into safety deposit boxes anyway. So, but yeah, of course, sometimes more highly complicated watches get worn less. So, GB Vol says, I need that. Are we talking about the CKDV or CVDK? Sorry, CVDK. But yeah, this is just visually a very stunning watch. I like the month and date, and I like the fact that it has that little planetarium. It's really fascinating. And of course, if you're into that, it has the astrological signs as well. The next one is the Altiplano Ultimate Automatic by Piaget. This is the mechanical exception watch prize. Dressed in white gold and Piaget's signature blue, the secret to this Swiss automatic watch's technical prowess lies in its intricate design. The case back of the white gold case serves as the main plate to which 219 components are affixed. Piaget craftsman precise technique has allowed for a suspended barrel held in place by a single bridge on the dial side. This impressive men's ultra-thin watch, which is only 4.3 in thickness, highlights the signature codes of the Altiplano collection, which is, again, an ultra-fine uh, collection of dress watches, from its alternating double and simple indexes to its off-centered hour and minute display. Its modern open work design gives this luxury white gold watch a pure contemporary aesthetic that allows you to bask in its ingenuity. Yeah, knife edge, thin, very beautiful, open worked for most part of the dial, kind of like a crescent shape, let's put it that way. Yeah, in all fairness, again, this is not really my aesthetic. I I just can't bear the sight of open work dials for the most part. But for a competition watch, by all means. And ultimately, it is a beautiful um, dial as well, even though the non-alignment of these two screws uh, get to me just a little bit. But hey, it is an open work movement, so you have to live with it. You have to live with it, and as you have heard, it's the case back that serves as a base plate. So somewhere, somehow, these uh, parts of the movement need to be secured, and this is how that happens. And the chronograph was won by the Chronomaster Sport. Of course, Zenith El Primero was one of the first automatic chronograph movements when it came out in 1968. High beat automatic chronograph movement. It has all the heritage um, that you can basically give to any other automatic movement chronograph. And of course, it's powered, among many other watches, the Rolex Daytona as well, from years 1988 to 2000, the so-called five-digit era 16520. And of course, this is the contemporary execution of uh, Zenith's own contemporary execution of the El Primero. And a lot of people, of course, swear by this watch, right? That tricolor aesthetic of the dials sub dials can be really appealing. Some love the fact that it has a date window, others don't mind it, yet others can suffer it. I belong to the latter group, but in either case, it's something different, it's something distinct. But otherwise, of course, this is a nice piece, and it's good that um, the GPHG actually recognized the place of a Zenith chronograph within these prizes. Thomas Broadbent says, watch The Devil's Advocate documentary on Giovanni Di Stefano. He was shown wearing his watch over the cuff of his shirt. The interesting aspect, he did this at the age of 12. Fascinating. Thomas, of course, being a very dedicated uh, member of the audience for this channel, very dedicated supporter of this channel, knows that I have uh, an interest in that topic um, as an element of style specifically. And I actually made a video about this a little more than a month back. And here it is. I particularly focused on Gianni Agnelli and the way he wore his watches over the cuff of his shirts. And I made the argument basically. I made the argument that this was a very specific stylistic expression and something that that Agnelli did very frequently, but not exclusively, both with his dress watches and sports watches. And my understanding was he was simply inspired by professional divers and gentleman drivers of his time who wore their tool watches over the cuff of their suits, of their wetsuits, of their racing suits. So he was aspiring to that aesthetic as much as he was perhaps seeking the utility of seeing the dial of his watch at a glance, pure and simple. Um, there are all these theories about the fact that he had a skin ailment and an allergy where he couldn't wear anything in metal or in leather directly on his skin. That may well be the case. There were all these theories about how his tailors used to cut the cuffs of his shirts quite close to his wrist so there wouldn't be room to accommodate his uh, dress watches. That to me seems to be the flimsiest theory of all, because it just sounds unreasonable to me. Someone who has the resources and the time and the care to bespeak shirts would certainly wear his watch to that measurement, and it shouldn't be a problem to accommodate it. But he also bought a lot of American shirts, actually, Brooks Brothers Oxford cloth shirts off the rack, and for those it might make sense. And that being said, ultimately, I really thought he was mostly interested in in wearing his watches over the cuff of his shirt because he thought it was cool. And you be the judge after watching that video and seeing the visuals. I have no clue, Thomas. Why would CVDK be a subsidiary of Mauboussin? I don't know if they were ever integrated into the French jewelers Mauboussin. No clue. And Jay Sykes says about the Christian van der Klaauw that we were looking at, a great scientific design. And Thomas Broadbent, when we looked at the mechanical exception watch prize, I pull for Piaget. And Ozzy says, "Hey, didn't know you were gonna do a show tonight. Yeah, shit's hitting the fan in the household, so likely can't make it online. But hey, here's an upload. Thank you for dropping by, man. I always appreciate it. Um, yeah, I try to, you know, I miss once every so often, right? Uh, even I take a day off, one per week usually, but I'm here for most of the rest of the time. Um, there's a diver watch category, and this is the Tambour Street Diver Skyline Blue. Um, you have heard what I had to say about uh, what I consider to be the most recent flop in the world of divers, which is the new colorful summer watch, Breitling Super Ocean 42. But at least it's not as astonishingly ugly as this one. Um, but hey, I'm sure there's someone out there who likes this watch and who might even end up buying this watch. As P.T. Barnum has once said, there's a sucker born every minute. So I'm sure there's a sucker for Louis Vuitton diver as well. One aspect of the design that I can endorse, which I actually also enjoy on the Jaeger-LeCoultre Polaris, is the inner rotating bezel, which you can manipulate from this crown right here at 2 o'clock, or I guess you can say 1 3/4. Other than that, I can't find anything positive to say about this watch. Once again, I never know why some of these brands make watches at all, um, especially in this day and age where LVMH owns Zenith. LVMH now owns Bulgari. LVMH owns Tag Heuer. Um, but I guess you can't sell uh, something as unexceptional and, honestly, quite an eyesore uh, for more than $2,000 if it were a tag, but you slap Louis Vuitton on it, and suddenly it's a $7,000 watch or $6,500 watch. Interesting, and I don't know why. Of all categories, of course, the diver's watch is the most populated. I don't see how that rises above the competition, but let it ride. Jewelry watch prize. This is the Flower Power Chopard. It reminds me really of pieces that are built with the that iconic JLC caliber. Um, the 101, one of the most uh, delicate and precious pieces of design in the world. It's still to this day. It's a movement that was introduced in 1929, right at the end of the Roaring 20s. Um, and the JLC 101 is still, if I believe, yeah, if I recall correctly, it's still the world's smallest mechanical watch movement. This was the caliber that powered the Jaeger-LeCoultre jewelry watch that Queen Elizabeth wore at her coronation. And this is a piece that reminds me of that watch, although the Chopard Flower Power is at once more colorful and less horologically interesting because it is powered by quartz. And I'm saying this specifically not as an argument against quartz watches in general, but when you are building something like this, of course, it's much easier to execute it with a quartz movement because you can um, scale the size down pretty easily. Whereas JLC 101 is a very exclusive and very specific caliber, uh, and it's still mechanical at that level of compactness. So that's an horological feat to accomplish. You can get things as small and as delicate as possible if they're simply powered by a quartz movement. And I do want to add one more thing about that over the cuff aesthetic, because another thing that I came up with when I was researching that little piece I just posted wearing a wristwatch over the cuff was this photo of Count Carlo Felice Trossi, who was wearing his one of a kind pièce unique 46 millimeter Patek chronograph over his racing suit. This is uh, you know, Trossi is a gentleman driver and was at one point the president of the Ferrari racing team, Scuderia Ferrari. And he basically ordered this watch from Patek because he wanted an oversized chronograph. Um, and this was an exceptionally big watch for its time. And of course, for at least in origin, for purely utilitarian purposes, he wore it on the cuff of his suit since he actually needed this watch fully functional and serving him as a tool while racing in his car. And of course, you have in Agnelli someone who took over the Fiat and Ferrari heritage. Um, and no doubt he would be familiar with this particular look and with how Trossi wore his watches over the cuff of his suit, which ultimately is very normal for a race car driver, or alternatively a professional diver, right? Of course, they would wear a watch over the cuff of their suits. So in a way, it's it when Agnelli did it over the cuff of his dress shirt, he was maybe invoking some of that aesthetic and bringing it to the boardroom, bringing it to the office. This is the Artistic Crafts Prize, again, an MB&F piece, more akin to classical codes of design. Beautiful work on the dial. A really nice piece, really unique piece. Probably um, my favorite MB&F design. It's a collaboration with Eddie Jacquet, one of a kind. It's a legacy machine split escapement. And of course, it is a depiction by the master engraver Eddie Jacquet that is inspired by the novels of Jules Verne, specifically Around the World in 80 Days. Jacquet uses the full range of engraving finishing techniques, also applying in certain parts a dark rhodium alloy by hand, adjusting the shading of each detail according to the scene. Guys, let me take a 5-minute break right here. I will need a drink of water. I'll be right back with you discussing the rest of the 2021 winners of the MB&F, sorry, of the GPHG Grand Prize of Horology in Geneva, since they will be announcing their finalists next week. I'll be right back. Hey guys, we are back and ready to discuss more of the grand prizes. So this was the MB&F limited edition, one of a kind, done by master engraver Eddie Jacquet, around the themes of Jules Verne's novels, and it's an entirely hand engraved style that preserves the general outlines of the MB&F aesthetic, but really in a more, in a way, classically executed way. So I really do like this particular piece. And that was the Artistic Crafts prize. This is the Petit Ougi. Petit Ougi is an interesting prize. Usually uh, ends up highlighting something a little less predictable. And I actually enjoyed um, this particular watch in a recent visit to the Tudor boutique in Westfield Century City. It's, of course, 41 millimeters, so a little larger than the Black Bay 58, but still a very wearable size. Uh, Ceramic with that hybrid strap, the leather rubber strap that has become quite popular all across the board, but especially with Tudor. And one thing that I keep observing about Tudor is that they are striking a very fine balance uh, between, freely tapping into the shared heritage of Rolex and Tudor in reinterpreting some of the classics for our time as modern tool watches. But it's also, in a way, in addition to being the heritage arm of Rolex, in a way, it's also the experimental arm of Rolex in the sense that it does things that Rolex hasn't done before, right? The whole left hand drive concept. Uh, if Tudor hadn't done a Pelagos LHD before, I don't know if Rolex would have come up with the GMT Master 2, the Destro model, the reversed model that they just released as part of Watches and Wonders in 2022. And in the same way, the experimentation with materials, right? In titanium, in bronze, in silver, in ceramic. It's I think it's an exciting development, and I like the fact that Tudor produced this watch. I expect them to use this more frequently across different models, and ultimately um, also in different. Perhaps we will see something similar on Rolex's end too at some point. Who knows? Frankly, I don't expect to see a titanium Rolex watch anytime soon. I don't expect to see a bronze or a silver watch anytime soon, but as part of the Rolex lineup. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw in the next couple of years a ceramic Rolex watch, for example. Honestly would not be surprised. But this was the Petit Aiguille uh, that GPHG bestowed upon Tudor for their Black Bay ceramic, which is a very interesting but also ultimately very wearable watch. And I think the fixtures on the dial provide just enough contrast for this watch again to be more legible, more of a wearable everyday piece than just a concept. Now, the next piece is the Challenge Watch Prize by Sega Design, Blue Planet, Our Planet. The whole world has suffered from COVID-19 since 2020, they say, which led us to rethink how we can treat the Earth better. The purpose of creating the Blue Planet is to remind all of us to protect our only home. Fascinating. All right. We invented a brand new mechanical movement on the typical movement 30-degree rotation of the hour hand, followed by the 360 rotation of the minute's hand. We developed a new gear ratio on which the hour hand, the Earth, rotates by 30 degrees, and the minute chapter ring rotates by 390. The original technology was named asynchronous follow. The ocean and land in the middle was microcarved according to the real Earth and depicted the real altitude of the terrain. The only hand is the mariner symbol by pointing at the still hour chapter ring and the rotating minute chapter ring. Time can be clearly read. Um, all right. I mean, again, I will just point fingers at myself. Not sure if the time can be clearly read by this piece, but hey, I think the the chapter ring um, basically aligns with the inner ring, and you can read it from the point of that mm, mariner symbol. Yeah, that's is what it is. Again, I don't even know what the challenge category was. I suppose it's specific by the year challenge, and they focused on COVID-19 of all things. Um, I don't know. Horological revelation. I think this was an interesting piece um, because it's a mecha quartz chronograph. We were just looking at the Vacheron Constantin um, Comte de Vache. This is a very classical piece of design, right? Especially when it comes to all the codes of a two-register hand-wound chronograph. This is usually how they look like on the dial, but of course, this is a modern piece powered by a mecha quartz movement. Um, they were priced quite reasonably at right under 500 Swiss francs. They became very popular and were almost instantly sold out. Fulla Mari also just came out with a sector dial piece that actually has a mechanical movement. I think that was sold out pretty quickly as well. Um, but I don't necessarily disagree. It is a revelation. I really like the design codes of both this piece and the new sector dial they came up with. Let me just show you that right here. And that has actually a beautiful automatic l'ajout Perret movement, which is very respected uh, caliber, very respected producer of calibers from Switzerland. Anyway, going back to the Mr. Gray reference 1041A, this was a chronograph designed after the design codes, design language of, um, you know, classical, 40s hand wound two register chronograph with the pulsation dial, so to speak. And it was powered by a mecha quartz founded in Geneva by two young enthusiasts. One is a Swiss watch designer, Andrea Forlan, who has worked with Dominique Renault, the R01 12 Burst project. The other is a Middle Eastern collector and artist, Hamad El Marri. The first story told by Forlan Marri is that of the Mecha Quartz chronograph, a mechanical module on a quartz base invented in the 1980s in Switzerland and Japan during the quartz crisis in order to rediscover the feeling of a mechanical vintage chronograph. which is again, it's a story, right? First and foremost, and I like that. I like that they executed this as a new watch, as a new affordable watch that harkens to the design elements of a vintage chronograph. The first model was funded in less than a minute by a crowdfunding campaign in March 2021, created in less than a year from the first sketch to the prototype, and crowdfunding campaign in the middle of a pandemic situation. Crafted with care and designed for an attention to detail, are an important part of the Furlan Marri DNA in the form of ephemeral collections, each one telling its own story. Furlan Marri wants to make each collection a challenge in itself, both in terms of the retail price and the overall experience. And as far as I know, again, um, this one was pretty affordable too. I'm trying to remember, but we actually have someone in our community, Swiss, Peruka, who bought this watch. So it wasn't one of those watches that was simply sold in advance to friends and family. It was something that you could actually order from the website. Um, and the list price for sector dial that they had just produced was 1250 when it sold. Yeah, sold out and permanently retired. Will be an interesting piece for sure in the future, and I look forward to seeing Swiss receiving his order. And he was also explaining that it will include a particular experience, um, really kind of participating in the building of his own watch, and we'll see if that actually works out, and whether that will be a valuable experience for our friend Swiss Iruka. This was for Lanmarri was the Revelation Prize in 2021. The Audacity Prize, I think that's very interesting. Tambour, Carpe Diem. Um, I think it's pretty audacious that Louis Vuitton produces watches like this and expects to be taken seriously. Um, that's very interesting. But hey, it's an interesting aesthetic. I would take this over their diver any day if it weren't $500,000. Um, yeah, fascinating, fascinating. Hours, minutes, power reserve. I think that's the power reserve. Retrograde minutes is here. I think jumping hour. Yeah, power reserve is hourglass. Retrograde minutes, jumping hour, and then you also have right here in the back the movement, which reflects that same face, skull. And there's the Innovation Prize, Central Impulse Chronometer, Alpha Hands skeletonized by Lederer, Bernhard Lederer. Again, a moderately skeletonized dial here. a manual winding mechanical watch. Fruit of 10 years of labor from Bernhard Lederer, this refined gray gold 44 millimeter chronometer is fitted with a blue dial featuring a sophisticated pattern and two open-work small seconds. Through those, the movement's design, finishings, and structure are revealed. Caliber 9012 incorporates a double gear train, a double remontoire, and a peerless escapement. The structure is all about depth, with bridges whose shapes, volumes, and outlines are unique. Some are full and engraved, others are open worked, while all of them are hand beveled and finished according to the exacting quality standards. By the way, for those of you who have just joined us, we are going through the winners of last year's grand prizes in Geneva, GPHG, the grand prize of horology in Geneva, which is going to announce its list of finalists next week. So we're doing a little bit of homework, a little bit of preparation for that announcement. Caliber 9012 incorporates, okay, we have talked about the caliber. The movement structure features a single crown, which leads to a pair of separate gear trains. Each has its own barrel, its own remontoire, wound every 10 seconds. The latter provide a constant force, a perfectly even torque to the central impulse chronometer escapement. Central impulse chronometer escapement is a perfected, reliable, and stable version of the double direct escapement. It comprises two anchor wheels working alternately, meshing with an altogether unique anchor. Its contour, the number and shape of its rubies, its lift angles, its gentle push on the escapement wheels, and balance wheel, all of these are completely unheard of. Doubling the whole gear train and not just the escape wheels lightens the load on the anchor, which only has to bear the last two wheels. The system's inertia is thus reduced to a minimum, making its acceleration all the faster, resulting in exceptional performance. A final detail reveals the level of accomplishment of the Lederer watch's central impulse chronometer's caliber 1912. Its 2 seconds hands are constantly synchronized and in the same position all through the power reserve. That's an incredible feat, actually. Now that I know that they're synchronized completely, two separate seconds, and they are absolutely synchronized. This is a certified chronometer by the Besançon Observatory and cost. Fascinating. Mm. Finally, they have a special jury prize that was given to the Dubai Watch Week, which is an interesting watch event, of course. I've never been, um, but I know that a lot of the conversations are posted on YouTube, so it's something that you can, cycle through and find out in in your own time as well. By the way, guys, the link is posted, and they can. It's It's the it's pinned there as well, up there. No, it's not. Perhaps it's not. I'm so sorry. And I didn't. No, it is pinned. Okay. But I posted it again. So if you want to jump on the panel, if you want to join the conversation or another, please feel free to see um, the expats chart. You have to be part of the Discord group. Um, I think we can add you easily. Ozzy, if he's listening to the show, can drop an invitation into the chat, and we will we'll see. Right, GB Vol. I think if we were to give grant prizes of horology within our own community, um, the special jury prize would probably go to the Aussie expat method TM, which is to bring a box of sweets to your authorized dealer to increase your chances of being allocated a desirable timepiece. Ideally, a box of Krispy Kreme donuts, but depending on where you find yourself in the world, uh, it can be pain au chocolat, chocolate croissant, or I don't know, maybe macaron. Can be it can be Tim Hortons if you're in Canada. Can be a box of chocolate chip cookies that you bake yourself at home. A box of oatmeal raisin cookies if that's what you prefer. A box of peanut butter chocolate chip if you want to double down. Uh, of course, make sure that your authorized dealer doesn't actually have any food allergies or any other dietary restrictions before you take on that challenge. But yes, my special jury prize for the Archieverse goes to the Aussie Expat Method TM, and that's bringing a box of sweet pastries or bringing a box of sweets to your authorized dealer to increase your chances of getting a Rolex or another desirable timepiece. Bruce G says, warm Krispy Kreme or Kristen cream? That's interesting. Warm Krispy Kreme, I'm just assuming this typo, are a real panty dropper. Interesting. All right. Well, we are now posing as pickup artists, guys, on this channel, which is something I don't do, but I'm happy to take some recommendations on board. And Bruce G says this might increase your chances of getting lucky, right? Which is not not so bad, not so bad. Good thing to take on board. Bruce, Krispy Kreme, panty dropper. I've never thought of it like that. But yeah, donuts are nice, man. It was an amazing touch of one of my favorite series, of course, Dexter. You know, that was his move to humanize himself. He was um, he was basically bringing a box of donuts on a weekly basis to his colleagues, so he could be recognized as one of them rather than the sociopath he is. Uh, makes you wonder, of course. Makes you wonder. With that, guys, we have also just completed our first 2 hours. So if you have been listening in, if you have just tuned in, please drop a like. It really does help a great deal. It really helps me gain some sort of exposure. This is a very small channel. I'm still trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and I'm putting the work in. We have daily live stream here every night, uh, going usually for more than 4 hours. I don't think there is anything like it on the internet. Watch talk for multiple hours at a time, 6 days a week. It's it's just not there. Um, at least not anymore. No, it was there at one point in time in Archie Luxury, which is our greatest inspiration, of course. But those days are gone. We're trying to regenerate. We are trying to revive. We are trying to reanimate that spirit of Archie Luxury 2012. And so I'm happy to have all of you on board for that project. Just make sure that you subscribe. Just make sure that you drop a like anytime you join the stream. In addition to the live streams, I constantly post new content at least twice a week, and it's really a pleasure to do that for me. But if you help me expand the community, if you spread the word, if you share the link, uh, it will also help me get to 1,000 subscribers, which will then help me to get monetized. Now, uh, that being said, if you want to already contribute to the channel in that way, you have three options, and I will just drop the link there without taking too much of your time. So if you want this channel to remain self-sustaining, independent, and in fact increase in quality and quantity of content, feel free to contribute in any of these three ways. And I really appreciate your support and presence. Let's go back. Oh, hey, my friend. How are you?
How's it going?
Good. I like this new look of the space, you know, the whole workout atmosphere
This is a
reporting from the
function.
gym.
Yeah, this is a function of COVID. I just haven't moved the whole getup downstairs.
No, it
Um,
looks good. It looks good. I like it. It's like you're a real athlete being interviewed from the gym. Looks good.
thank you. Um,
How you been?
Aussie X good. Expat just mentioned sending the AD gifts. I'll share a couple stories. The little things in life. My uncle taught me this one. He is a snowplow driver in Buffalo, New York. So when one of his trucks goes down, he basically has to get to the front of the line. So he would bring a box of donuts and say, "Good morning." He's the first one there. And I'll tell you, these little things are kind of what adds up to be able to get pieces like this. And you kind of get in the door, you develop that relationship with them. I'm not saying that you go necessarily and do that, but the little things do matter. I started an office in Texas at one point, and I needed to get desks installed. Our company had paid for these desks. I had this meeting that was scheduled, and I could not have. Basically, we were like the third or fourth stop for them to install the desks. Right? We had executives that were coming in from other, traveled a long way, and I needed them to. I needed them to basically get us to be first on the list. So, 2 dozen donuts. I said, show up at 6 o'clock here. This is when their truck goes out. I said, we're number 3 on the list. We need to be number 1 to get this done. And you'd be surprised where either a pack of cigarettes would get you, or a dozen donuts, or a dozen roses.
The pack of cigarettes is the official currency still in prisons and penitentiaries. So yes, absolutely. But joking aside, of course, establishing any sort of human relationship with the people who are your partners in business, it's of course it's all important, right? We make fun of Aussie because he is our friend, and we like pulling his leg a little bit about this. But of course, and you're putting yourself ahead, especially when it comes to buying a luxury watch, probably uh, above and in front of the majority of the customers who probably possibly even mistreat the sales associates in certain ways, and behave in obnoxious ways that you don't actually expect from an average human being. So if you're a nice person, I think that will by and large get you ahead in life. I do strongly still believe in that. But I will nevertheless never stop making fun of Aussie expat for that particular strategy.
I don't think you go to the level like of simping just where, Professor.
Hey, Professor.
Hey,
There's a fine line there. Show them that you're solid. Show them that you're trustworthy. That you're not there to bail. And I think you can only hope for the best. They're in a spot, where although the demand in the overall watch market has gone down, at retail, their demand far exceeds. I would say maybe 30 people would walk in a given day, and they may have 6 watches to sell. Not everyone's going to leave with a watch. And if you do that over time, the people that continue to show up, continue to talk to them, follow up with them, are the ones that they'll call back.
And JB, I mean, this is a very good moment for the professor to jump in, and I'm not surprised because I feel like he has been awake for a little bit and he was waiting for the right time to come in. But that being said, to give yet another spin to your scenario, they might have 6 watches and they might sell it all to the same person at the end of that day. Because that's how some of the ADs work, and there's nothing that you can do to change that process. But yes, as a general rule of thumb, of course, you have to do what is turning into, again, a buyer's market, but it was for a long time a seller's market for watches, whether we are talking about authorized dealers or gray market sellers. And you basically have to differentiate yourself from the next customer. No doubt. Professor, you had a recent experience with some ADs, I think.
we would require a special program for that.
Okay,
But
take it away.
So I agree with what both of you said, for sure. I think it helps distinguish oneself from the rest of the crowd. But I think, as you said, and we keep on saying on this channel, that things are turning in favor of those who are collectors or buyers of watches in general, because things are getting quite tricky for the ADs of the world, and not just for Rolex, but for everybody else.
What happens when that desirable piece that you've been looking for is now below retail and the tides have turned?
Yes, excellent point. So I went to my regional AD and I sat down. It was a good day because it was a Saturday and they weren't very busy. It was very sunny here in the UK, and everybody was out about eating ice cream and donuts and what have you.
By the way, there's some interesting interventions, so I want to read it. Hans Knees and Toe says, I did the same. A box of donuts with a pile of cash to the judge helped me keep out of prison.
No, this is great.
And Hans says, then, for your information, I was just joking. It was only money.
Even better.
Has El Professor just gotten out of bed?
Yes, well,
He's wearing his
nearly.
watch. Let's get a wrist check on.
Yes, yes, always, always.
The
I
GMT
practically woke
Master
up like
2.
15 minutes
We can
ago.
almost see it.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same watch, guys.
That's
I
all right.
don't
People
change.
like to see it. Ooh,
Yeah. That's it.
black.
Black.
What about
It's the black.
black?
Yeah, it's the black. Here,
What
I'll
about
wear my ring as well, so I don't
what
forget.
about you, JB? What are you wearing?
Gold Daytona.
Nice.
Oh,
That's
the king.
not too shabby.
The king of watches.
Yeah, I
You
love it.
got it. That's the only watch you need.
I agree.
Now, I bet you're wondering what goes with the Daytona, right? So, what do you wear with the Daytona?
A box of donuts.
No,
Not
The
the
gold
red.
lens is with it, and I try and match either the. This is a kind of an interesting point. In style, you kind of want to match the fitting. So if you saw with the gold watch, those are the sunglasses I would wear when I was walking out the door. But with a stainless watch, more of the same texture. This is good style. Okay, if you can match the belt buckle, also, you get extra points.
Nice, man. I like this. I like this kind of conversation, JB. I like thinking carefully about watches as part of one's overall style. But of course, one of the great things about that first ceramic bezel GMT in its almost all black aesthetic, of course, there's that green accent of the jumping hour hand. It's versatile.
But you
as the
can't
things of all
even
black.
see it, Lord. I mean, I don't know how you guys, what kind of eyes you have. Maybe you have eagle eyes, but it doesn't really stand out. It's like,
again, Professor, we basically look the same age, but I'm a couple of decades younger than you are, so I have a little better eyes, that's for sure.
Really? How old are you, by the way? Are we allowed to say these things?
Yeah, 37.
37. Okay, 50 here.
Yeah, 37, but looking like 60. So you look younger.
It's because
than
of the hair.
Actually.
It's the hair. If you address the hair issue, you're good to go.
There's no issue. I'm fine with.
If you want the women, I have plenty of women. Jokingly aside, so going back to the subject, so I went to my beloved authorized dealer. Oh, what's that?
This is an interesting one, so I wanted to highlight it. Bruce G says, I've been trying to work with an AD in a developing country where it is the only Rolex AD. It'll be interesting to see whether I'm able to get any traction or whether all watches go straight to the gray market. Interesting theory and speculation. And you won't be surprised how many of those watches end up in the US and the UK to be sold on the gray market. So you have your finger on the pulse there, Bruce G. I'm not blaming that particular AD necessarily, but that's how they used to work out those backroom deals. And the ones who get caught are usually the ones who get lazy and start just doing backroom deals with
dumping
ADs in their own neighborhood. Am I the only watch enthusiast who totally thinks that this sucking up to a shop to buy a product is total madness?
Let's not get it twisted here. I'm the one with the money. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's not I'm not going to be they have to get it from me for something I want. I'm not buying a lot of junk that is not going to use. So don't get in the habit of this. This means that they're going to string you all the way along. I know what I want to buy. And in this market, like,
no, JB, I think you were putting it the right way, right? There is a fine line, right? There is a fine line between just pandering to someone who, after all, takes your money to provide you a product or a service that you want, and there's another way, like you said, just being nice, human, and just making it a little sweeter and a little easier for them to do business with you, just as part of any financial transaction, just to grease the wheels a little bit. I think there's a difference. I know some of it might seem like sucking up and pandering, but in a seller's market, I think it's not too bad. And his last
your
purchase
desire to
was
want a Rolex for the other 30 that walked in there when they have 6 to sell, it's just the matter of how you need to conduct yourself, and you have to almost play this game. This is a limited resource with more buyers than they have pieces for, and it does breed corruption. In a developing country, think of how much incentive there is for corruption. There's software tools that do bids out there, and there really can't even be anyone that knows about it of the answer of who's going to get chosen over one vendor or another, because of all of the back money stuff that's going on in here. So if you're talking about in a developing country, you have to find out exactly who at that AD is going to be the one that can make the call, that can say yes to this watch that you want. You need to go in there and you need to tell them why you want the watch. Why do I want this watch? I want this watch because I like this about it. You've got a likely buyer as soon as you get one of these.
So let me share with you a little bit about developing countries,
please,
because I visit and work and do business in a lot of the emerging markets.
And some might say it's your job, El Professor, to work on the economies of developing countries. Isn't that your expertise?
Yes. I mean, I do work in emerging markets for the last 25 years, not just as an academic, but also as an entrepreneur, businessman. So let me say this. All developing countries have their multimillionaires and some billionaires. So even if you walk in with the entire factory of Krispy Kreme, they will not give anything to anybody, because they have lined up the top 20 people who might want to get a watch, and they will allocate these watches to their elite people, be it the business elite or the political elite. And both of them are confluenced. There is a blurred line between politics and economics and business in many of the developing countries, as it is in other countries as well. And so if you go, let's say, to, let's pick a country, I don't know. You go to Nigeria, let's say, a country that I know quite well. First of all, there is no one Rolex dealer. There are multiple. Nigeria has one of the top 20 billionaires in Africa, and one of the richest men in Africa is from Nigeria. So for him, buying the entire set of Rolex is very easy. Whatever they bring in, he can buy it all in one day. So I think, we need to be a little bit aware that even if you walk in a country like South Africa or a country like Kenya, in Kenya, you have very wealthy people who fly private jets, who have yachts. So they're not as many as you have, let's say, in the US, but you have enough for them to buy the entire set of, Rolex that comes in. So, going to a developing, so to speak, country and making yourself apparent, make a dent in getting any watch, because these people are established.
You're talking about the distribution here. If you're in the upper middle class of those places, which I know don't really have a middle class, they've got a bunch of rich people and they've got a bunch of people that are living below the poverty level in extreme cases. But to me, I don't think that's a long-term strategy for a jeweler to only sell to billionaires who can't afford it. I think there's some controls within the watchmakers world that have the strict requirements saying, okay, your storefront has to look like this, your case has to look like this, our watch on display will look like this. They must have some control beyond. You can only sell to this billionaire that
no, they don't care. But you look, the Daytona will go to the billionaire. It won't go
Correct.
to somebody who walks in and says, "Hi, I'm a tourist. Here I am." They will sell you the date because that's a that's a heavy piece. But the Pepsi and the Batman and whatever and Daytona, the Sky Dweller, they have an allocation, and if the businessman wants, he's known, and of course you want to give pieces to people who promote your business, not necessarily a tourist. So they have their established clientele. This is all I'm trying to say.
Correct. And the most desirable pieces will go there, without a doubt.
I think so. I was on a plane flying from Egypt to London, and I was on business class, and there was no first class. So I sat next to a kid. He was probably 21. He was wearing a steel Daytona. He was Egyptian, and I said,
one more.
I struck a conversation with him.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "You're very lucky. How did you get it?" He said, "Well, it was a gift from my dad."
Well, one more layer.
Yeah, right.
To that,
he wouldn't be qualified.
Yeah, one more layer to that conversation as well, JB. I think you're thinking too rationally, in a way, because you think that they have a long-term strategy. Most businesses don't have long-term strategies, and certainly most jewelers and Rolex ADs don't have long-term strategy. They just sell and run tricks and do backdoor deals to make as much money as they can while they can. I think you're attributing them too much intelligence and rationality. They don't have a long-term plan.
Well,
They're
the
trying to
long-term,
capitalize.
yes, I think the
on this
long-term
moment.
plan will kick in once they realize now that the dynamics of demand have changed dramatically, and this is what my AD was saying. He was practically saying exactly the same thing. That look, Sonny boy, he said to me, I've been in this business for now 35 years, and there is a slowdown. There is a slowdown in demand. There is a slowdown in traffic, people coming in. We call customers, and they have been on these lists for years, and they say no, flat no. I don't have the desire to buy a watch.
So do the lists exist or do they not exist? I think that you have to be in the Rolodex at some point to.
No, it does. It does. I mean, this is a no. It does exist. Some of them have been on these lists, he said, since 2015, 2016 for very desirable watches. So, the Daytona or the Sky Dweller. And he also said that because of all the slowdown, crypto as well is down, and the younger elements of the watch buying community have less disposable income and less of a desire to go in and pick up a gold day date. So these are the three things, right? He said, and so first of all, he said there is a slowdown, and we have been saying this, and this is evident. We call people, they're on the list, and they say no. Secondly, he said the younger folk have less disposable income and money, and less interest to get involved in buying watches, unlike what was happening a year ago and before that. And as a result, he said it's the crypto that has changed people's attitudes amongst the younger people. And then he said to me, look, the way I see things is, he said the GMT, the steel GMTs, will end up being, after we go through this correction, eventually the GMTs, he said, will be about 20% above retail. The Daytonas will fetch the steel double its retail price. and the Datejusts will go 20% below retail. Also, he said the day dates will go below retail, because this is what traditionally we had. And this is a guy who has been in the business for 35 years himself, being the authorized dealer. And that was quite normal, he said, more recently, and this is something we discussed. Remember, Lord, we had this article from the Daily Mail where we showed everybody this article. Apparently, the CEO of Rolex UK called up all the ADs. Now, either they had a conference call, or they did an email. I wasn't too fussy about the details of that. And he told them that Rolex does not encourage a policy of purchase history and spending a certain amount in order for them to qualify for certain watches. This attitude, he said, will not be supported. Now, whether this is true or not, obviously there is a lot of noise around Watches of Switzerland and what they've decided to do in the UK, and all of this noise about the purchase history, which this is bollocks, because Watches of Switzerland, which is the largest really purchaser, one of the largest of Rolex watches in the world, for long has encouraged the history of a purchase history. You would walk in and they will give you the garbage, which is, the day just, and then they'll slowly tell you, I need to get to know you. We need to get to know you. And then you graduate to the level of getting some professional steel piece or a two-tone piece and all of that.
If you're a smaller AD in a developing country, how many Daytonas do you see a year?
Maybe one.
Steel.
Yeah.
In steel. So
if you are a small one, and it might be that you never get one. What's interesting, this AD said to me, we're not getting any Yachtmaster 2, which is obvious because they will wind down the production of that. We're not getting any steel, we're not getting any gold. Yachtmaster 2, and we're not getting any Milgauss, and that's okay because the Milgauss will be discontinued. I mean, it is the oldest of the bunch, which is not even catering for what it's supposed to be doing, right? It doesn't have the anti-magnetism. You can get a couple of $1,000 of an Omega, and it has now more anti-magnetism than the Milgauss.
So I think you're talking about one of the watches I have is the Aquaterra that has.
Yeah, the Aquaterra. That's
15.
Right.
Yeah. So mil being 1,000. I think in both parts they're silicone hairsprings anyway. Though I don't think that like the magnetization that you see in watches that are a little older play into the same with the movements that they have today. I think it's kind of a moot point. I still wouldn't want to put it through everything at the airport, but
yeah.
I don't think it makes a significant factor in modern watches as much as people make it out to be. The other thing is at the AD, they can test that. Some of the symptoms of this is it'll start basically being wrong.
But yeah, I think what will happen with this, guys, is that the Milgauss will get an uplift. So being Rolex, what they're smart at this, they produce the case of the Air King. They're going to produce the same case for the Milgauss. So
I don't understand why they would keep the Air King that's out there and then discontinue like a Z Blue. So right now they've got the Z Blue and the black that they're in their current offering with the white being discontinued.
Yeah. Well, they might do a new color line.
New color,
as they will do with the OP. I'm sure they will produce new colors for next year's line.
The crystal on the Milgauss though is really what makes to me the watch. That they have such a huge and complicated process, such that they won't even patent it. They don't want to disclose the materials it used or the methodology to make the crystal. And it's one of a kind because when you put it to the side, it looks green. I mean, the sides of it look like it's almost like highlighted in green. Well, if you look at it straight on or any other, most normal angles, it's completely clear. And it's a technique that's not used in any other watch except for the Milgauss. I don't see them just going away from that technology entirely.
Absolutely, it could be. It's a lovely watch. It's whoever has it should definitely keep it.
You kept saying the date just, and one of the things I was looking at is just the sheer amount of stock keeping units that they have for date just. I mean, it's almost 1,000 different variations that you could have on a single model, like 926 models that you can get in the date just in all different sizes, dials, bezels, bracelets, combinations. But I mean, just the number of SKUs that you have there, they've got to sell 73%. That is in their product, in their production line, and they've got to be sold as well.
No, they do. They do. Absolutely. And that's where they, all they care is to meet those business goals, numbers every quarter. And it's becoming difficult, he said. What was also interesting is also what he said at the end is that, look, he said, El Professor, whatever, things will go back to the old normal. It's not sustainable. The flippers
tell us about the old normal. What was the old normal that you knew? What was
the old normal that he knew was exactly what he said earlier, which is that, look, the GMT the line, the Pepsi, the Batman will command a 20% premium
on the secondary market.
In the secondary market, yeah, it will be a desirable watch, but not 2-3 times above what we're selling.
Right.
He also said that Daytona will always be double priced, as it was prior to the crisis. This huge demand. Daytona, when it came out, it immediately fetched double the price. We'll go back to that. He said. And then he said that Datejust, it will go back to the 20% below retail, which was what we had as the old normal for 20 odd years. And the date will also go below retail. It will go 20-30%, he said, because that's what we used to do. It was a low margin watch. We were lucky if we could sell it. He said during the frenzy, which is over the past year and a half, he said there was one guy who kept on robbing all the authorized Rolex dealers. Listen to this, guys. For the
they have
the Green Day date.
Just because he wanted it that bad.
He was, apparently they caught him. He was a flipper. He stole 14 watches from 14 authorized dealers in the UK.
Oh, wow. And always the same?
Always the same, because this watch in the old days, it was a very hard watch to sell. So what authorized dealers did, he said, is they had it on display smack on the window. And so the guy would pick up on this and he would say, I love it. And he would just grab it and run with it. And if you're not in London, these authorized dealers, they sit in regional places, and you're in the country, right? You don't have bulletproof windows and security stuff and all that. And eventually, this authorized dealer had to go and had a security guy, but security guys in the UK, they're as good as Krispy Kreme. They don't do anything. So this is what he said. And then he said, I asked him about the Explorer 2, the white. This is for Aussie's sake. He said to me, it's funny enough, we used to get 6 of them every month, and now we're getting 1 or 2. So I wanted to share that with you. And with the Milgauss and the Yachtmaster too, the steel one, but also the gold ones, we're hardly seeing any. So it seems that Rolex is going to they will stop production very soon.
Can I ask, do you think that is because they have shifted some of the production line to the more hyped up / desirable models? Is that why there's less Explorer 2, less Milgauss, less other,
No, I think the Explorer 2, there is huge demand. I think traditionally they produced fewer, and now because of these stupid shit lists of watches of Switzerland, where you can only put down yourself for 3 watches, people have ended up being included in places where in the older times they wouldn't be included. So I think there is
I think generally, you mentioned Aussie. Generally, I think we would applaud Aussie. He's done everything to get all these watches. However, at the end of the day, he starts talking Daytona, and they don't want anything to do with them. They said you're cut off, and so
of course because he has one, and so it's exactly that's a very good point, JB, you're bringing up. So I
who's
went
playing
to the
who?
Who's playing whom? It's the authorized dealer who says, "Listen, I got you a white Daytona. Forget the black. Let it go to somebody else." And I think they're being pressured to spread, the wings of the consumer. So they want to spread the Rolex line to everybody else and not concentrate the watches in few hands. I had this experience. I went to another authorized dealer and I said, "Hey," she said, "Listen, I had this guy walk in, good friend of mine." Well, all authorized dealers are good friends with everybody, right? Because of course, going back to your point, JB, half of them do get involved in selling watches from the back, right? And so that was common practice, which everybody will deny, but everybody did it. So she said that this guy walked in, I got him a black Daytona, and he said, "I want to go for a white Daytona." And she was told, "You can't. You already have one, that's it. So live with it." I think that's the situation, but things will change a little bit, over the next, in September, going back to Lord's point, Lord, this gentleman who is the excellent watch flipper, and he lives in a city with a lot of water. I forget his name, but anyway, that gentleman said,
if we are talking about the same person, that dude is not a gentleman, but please move on.
Yes, we call him, because that dude said, in September, we have to wait for September, as if September is going to be kind of shifting things, they'll get better in September. I don't know. I think by September, it's going to be worse because people will have no money after their summer holidays. One last thing that he said, which is not flattering for Archie, is that the white Sky Dweller is the least desirable Sky Dweller.
You are talking about some guy who started being interested in watches 2.5 years ago. He knows absolutely nothing. He's completely clueless. He's a flipper. That's his business. And I'm going to attend to a question that Bruce G just asked. Also, that whole idea that the market will pick up again in September is something that he learned from his gray market dealer friends, which we have exposed just 2 days ago, right? That's a trend that they saw in 2021, and they're hoping for a Christmas miracle again, even though the world is not the same, and in fact, much worse going into this September than it was in 2021. So Bruce G says, "Can't wait to see a nice selection of Rolex watches in the case of authorized dealers." Do you think that this return to normal will also cull wristwatch YouTube channels? Absolutely, Bruce G, because you have now, for 90% of watch channels on YouTube, you either have gray market dealers, authorized dealers, or other types of resellers and flippers running their own channels, creating their own content, or you have YouTubers who are completely sponsored by gray market dealers, which means they are not independent, and which means that money can be taken from them at any point in time, that rug can be pulled under them at any point in time. And you also have people like the dude we were just talking about, who make most of their money through the deals they strike behind the scenes, buying things at retail and then selling them at a premium on the gray market. And ultimately that will be lost. And so they will have to find a real job. They will have to find a real job, which is very hard for someone who is unemployable, who is undesirable, who is a known confidence man, among many other things.
If you don't have the cash,
how bigoted that particular person is.
So in their strategy, Lord, I think the biggest threat to the watch community is people consigning their watches and taking absolutely unnecessary risk with people that are not established. And there are, like, the fact that you would put this in an envelope or that you would drop it off with someone in the industry. Yes, the value of these are going down. Should you absolutely have to sell them? But what they're doing is they're taking this value that as you send this watch to them, and they're trying to find the lowest guy to buy it. It's not their watch. As soon as you hand that watch to them, guess where the leverage gets? They have the watch now. They are going to make the decision on finding a buyer for it, and they don't particularly care how you end up with it. They don't have the risk in it anymore. So I think with the consignment part that is going, that really should stop, because if you don't have that insured, I don't think you should sell that. I mean, even send it to them. But with the consignment portion, that was the only place that you could get a presidential. I mean, how else are you going to get one?
Well, I mean, look,
or Daytona,
I have mentioned this time and again. You know, don't send your watches to people whom you only know on the screen, whose reputations are otherwise either completely unestablished or, in fact, were exposed as fraudulent. Do not send your watches to people because you find their channels artistic, entertaining, successful, so on and so forth. This list includes everyone, myself included. Do not send your watches to consign, to sell, to review to anyone who you only know through YouTube, period. Do not do it, because next time something like this happens, no one will even have sympathy for you, which is a very terrible situation. These people have already been discredited, exposed as people who hold on to others' possession for more than a year, exposed as people who have been moving just to not pay the back rent they owe to their landlords, exposed as bigots on live streams, on a number of accounts. Do not send your watches to these band of undesirables on YouTube. Van Lux has a very good point. The white dial Sky Dweller is the AC3 Sky Dweller, therefore the best Sky Dweller. That's the kind of circular logic we endorse on this channel.
Right.
Bravo, Van Lux. That's it. The Pontiff Sky Dweller is the best Sky Dweller. No question about it. Unconditionally. You're right.
I've only seen the blue out in the wild. Have you seen a Sky Dweller in the wild? The guy was so happy that he had the Sky Dweller on, he didn't even look down at my watch. It's a nice Sky Dweller, and he was eating lunch right next to me the whole entire time. He never noticed that I had a Daytona on. He was there too.
But that's the most hyped up one. So, you know, the blue one is the hardest to get. I'm sure he was really proud of that watch. I actually, the last time I saw a Sky Dweller in the wild was before the steel ones even came out. So it's been a while. I have never seen the blue dial steel one ever.
But just think of how easy that business model for the flippers was. They probably had 6 or 7 established dealers that are 6 or 7. Let's say they had a dozen people that could go in and basically get watches every couple months. Okay. In a time that they could give cash to them, and within just months are getting double-digit returns. These people think that they're geniuses in business because the watch market was going crazy. They think that they know how to run a business because the watch market, they could wire a price $50,000 on Monday, and on Friday it's $60,000. And they think that they're doing something that is important to the community. When they're not able to do that, the value of the goods that they have that are in hands are going down. It's not so easy to play these games. You've got to be very, very selective of this, right? They're taking consignment. They're not going to put their risk out there. But that just turns into, to me, just even a dirtier practice, which is the consignment part. It could come back scratched. It could. How are you going to know where that watch has been after 45 days it didn't sell? Now you want your watch back?
Well,
what's your recourse on saying, I'd like to get some money because I see a big scratch in this now?
No, not only that, guys, but be aware that for many, many years there was a big scam where they would take components from your watch and they would sell it. So you might end up with a Rolex on the outside, but then the mechanism has been taken out, replaced by a Folex, and you going around thinking that I have a wonderful watch. So you don't know.
Right. And that movement now is in an iced out stolen Patek that's. Yeah, we're not highlighting the best parts of these items. I mean, of this industry, but it does affect us being able to walk in and buy a piece that they had on their website. They say that they sell, that they are publishing the price list for, and then they basically are going to wash their hands of. We don't really know what happens to it once we give it to our ADs. That's not our model. I think they have more of a responsibility. To me, I think there's got to be some quality control at the point of sale. But the model has lasted over time. I mean, this is the way that I think it's going to be. But that middleman now of demand, where those 12 people that are there, they're not going to buy those pieces that are below retail. They're not. They don't have the next guy to give it to put on YouTube to pump. Right? Yeah. They're going to buy it for 15 and sell it to him for 14.
I shared an article, JB, with you and Lloyd. Maybe you guys can share it with everybody here, and you can see the complicity of the watch auctioneers who are part of the watch industry, kind of, and you can see what they're saying.
So in the background of this article, it's a Hodinkee article. It is the pulsometer in the background that we have. I don't know if we can share the article. I'm not as versed on YouTube rules. You'll seldom see me on here, but
yes, it's on now. Jake.
But it's the pulse. Isn't that the watch we brought up earlier that I mentioned? It was 15 heartbeats. After 15 heartbeats, it'll tell you how many.
Yes, that is the Panda dial Daytona with the pulsometer scale. That's right.
So in 67 maybe when this watch came out, the GLC movement today that you can buy is you have to count 30 heartbeats. This one in the 60s. That's why I rave about this watch so much. Is after 15 heartbeats, you can get the heart rate now. Pre-born premature babies could be in that range that's under 200 heartbeats per minute. Like the younger you are, the faster your heart will go. So there is a little bit of a range, but it's just the first 5 seconds. And I don't also know if you could count that fast. So, but this has function here. And like I was mentioning, most doctors will, count how many heartbeats you have in 15 seconds. So they're looking at just, when it gets to that third hour marker, and then they'll multiply by 4. This one, they count the heartbeats. First heartbeat they do, and then once they get to 15, they stop it and they read it right away. That makes this watch special to me.
Yeah.
There's only 2 that exist that are known that have the red Daytona on it. And this one sold, I think, in like 2013 for 700,000 Swiss francs. I don't know what the conversion is, but you could say it's probably around $1 million.
Yeah. Now it's 1-to-1, even less. Yeah.
But this is the doctor watch. This is the famous one.
Yeah, I think it's that reference should be late 60s, 6239.
Right.
But yeah,
it's 1-to-1. So 700,000 is 700,000 Swiss francs is $700,000.
So how are auction houses preparing for a potential economic downturn? I love how it's still potential, possible.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I want you to read this to see the collusiveness and the interest. Of course, auction houses, like watch sellers, they want to portray this picture of that everything is fine, right? It's okay. We've seen this before. Go ahead, Lord.
I'm not going to read an entire article on.
No, don't read.
Look
at go further below and see what everybody's saying. So here's the one. So the first one, this guy says, okay, I worked in New York through the 2008 financial crisis when it felt like everything collapsed across the board. But back then we had maybe 300 bidders worldwide. Today, I think we have 10,000. So the market is much, much bigger, right? Which means that, okay, fine, it has greater depth. There are more people interested. Yes. I have no problem with this. And then he says, will there be a correction in certain areas? Yes, because prices increase so quickly. I have no problem with that. I agree. But I think with inflation and with the number of collectors there are today, I don't think we'll see a recession in terms of watch prices. This is the stupidest thing I've seen, and it's completely wrong. Because think of it yourself. So we have inflation. What will happen, to watches? Brand new watches will get an increase because of inflation, and usually they have an increase every year, right? But then in a recession, are you going to ask for a higher price for your watch if you're selling it, or a lower price when demand is falling? Or just because there is inflation, you're going to keep on inflating the price, right? So this is where the fallacy is. This man is stupid, because he thinks that because we have inflation, people who are in the market will just inflate prices to adjust for inflation, right? We have 10% inflation, we'll just give it a 10% kicker, right? But demand is falling. So this is very basic economics. When demand is falling, you're not going to increase the price of your good if there are no takers,
right,
or fewer takers.
And the uncertainty with the economy is not going to have a lot of the free cash that was wiped out in the Bitcoin wallet, like you said.
Exactly.
Those buyers just aren't there. They don't either don't have the money, or they're not going to risk it on a timepiece. Normally, one of the points I wanted to bring up. This is a little off track, but I was going through the Rolex catalog, and I was wondering, are they ever going to do a Daytona with the purple dial? So they make the largest watch that you can get that's in a purple dial right now that Rolex makes is 36 millimeter oyster steel. It's a Datejust. But when you see this color, Lord, when you get back, we can pull this one up on.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, you see the green that may get discontinued and the blue that's out now. Incredibly hard to get pieces. But I was just looking at the different SKUs that they had and setups. Do you think they'll expand any of the professional watches to include their what do they call it? Aberdale. Oh, what is it?
One thing that Rolex has done
Aubergine
has done traditionally was to offer the largest variety of dial configurations in their most prestige models. That's why you can find historically all these day dates with the most exotic dials. And thinking that the Daytona has basically taken that place in the pantheon as the, N plus Ultra, the most desirable Rolex watch, certainly as a sports watch, but even beyond. They keep offering new and new options, from meteorite to green to ice blue in platinum, all these different things for the Daytona. So when it comes to a purple dial, that's not very common for Rolex. Like you said, it's only like in a Datejust at this point. I don't know why purple in particular. I'm wondering about this.
I'm just looking at ones that they've actually released that are a color that are approved, and I'm kind of fascinated. I'm going to come back on and kind of present a little bit of some of the texture dials that they're trying out that you see in limited. You see the fluted in the background of some, just some of the texture that they're starting to add. I think we could highlight that, and it would be interesting for some of the folks that are here, because I'm certainly looking for what in 5 years, what's going to be a watch that they come out with. What's the design trending toward? And you see a lot of two-tone. You see a lot of ever rose gold and steel that are coming out. And they're really pushing the two-tone, Explorer. I don't know if demand's going to catch up with it, but that I'm looking for avenues for the Rolex line to grow to.
Well, I think they're pushing two-tone in general for a reason that the professor already highlighted earlier, in an earlier broadcast, I should say, which is they make more on two-tone and precious material watches. They have more margin since the markup is so significantly higher compared to a steel model. Explorer two-tone, I love that watch, so I don't want any of what I'm gonna say be taken the wrong way, really. But it's they're pushing that particular watch because it's not a desirable model. It's just not selling well. It's not Explorer enthusiasts have turned away from it because they think that it doesn't align with the tool watch aesthetic and simplicity of it, and everyone else thinks it's too small. So
exactly. When you look at the Rolex website, each watch that has a picture, right? That picture is there for a strategic purpose. These are the watches that are least desirable. They're not there because they want to tell you, this is a great watch. Well, they want to tell you, but these are the least wanted. So they don't they put a white gold Daytona, they place the two-tone Explorer, they place the Sky Dweller in gold rubber band, right? They put all the junk they want to get rid of because these are the least demanded watches. So they create this image of repetition in your mind through the pictures. They put the sub, which is the no date. The no date sub is only for really aficionados. I mean, you really need to be digging the whole idea of the no date sub to buy one. If you are a megalomaniac, you know, look at me, I'm the big guy, you're going to wear a green sub. And if you are just a normal guy, you'll go for the date sub. So all the lineup they have on these pictures are because they want to sell you the watches that are least desirable.
Yeah.
That's it.
Interesting points made in the chat about auction houses specifically and the watch market in general. User unknown, welcome back. Greetings. I think one variable not being considered with auction houses is the greater fool theory. It only takes a handful of buyers, potentially collusive, to keep prices up. Actually, not even a handful. You just need two. That's it. Or like you said,
Or one,
and you just end up pitting someone against that person. Speaking of collusion,
So if it
right?
does,
But
if
yeah,
it doesn't
Patek
hit this,
Philippe,
the strike price for, or what it would go for, the minimum bid, how many times are they saying, you know, how many times do they have someone in house that's bidding and saying sold to this, you know,
allegedly, of course,
allegedly?
allegedly.
I'm wondering at what point is that a little bit, you know, because you don't want to have that way. You don't want to host a watch and show that it doesn't sell for the reserve.
The funny thing that El Professor is saying was just going to say, and I'm going to predict it, you don't even need an insider because every historic Patek watch will be bid on by Patek. So you just need one more buyer, and Patek can bid against them, and there you go.
And
You
Patek
have a
will
nice
win.
price.
Yes, Patek has done this for many, many years, decades. They have been buying their own watches. Others do it as well, but Patek got into it, trying to, you know, sell the idea that this watch has a certain price. You know, how do you guys know, and I know, if the buyer of the Tiffany Blue, which was sold for, what was it, 5.5 or 6.2 million after fees and commission by the auctioneer, was not somebody that Patek placed as a buyer? Okay, it went for charity. Yes, yes. I mean, why doesn't Patek become a foundation like Rolex? They're never going to do that. But how do we know that there is no collusiveness in all these buying noisy stuff? I mean, so I don't know. You might say, but look, John, look at the whiskey bottle that went for $16 million last week. Yeah, it can be the same. It can be one guy in China with a lot of money who wants to drink whiskey.
Speaking of that particular watch, didn't the buyer actually drop out and the watch went to the second bidder? Is that not the case with the Tiffany?
I don't know. I
Tiffany
didn't follow.
Yep, that's what happened. So it sounds even more fishy to me. But let's dip into the chat again for a reflection on the coming economic crisis. I traded through 87.95 Asian currency plus long-term credit fund, 2000, 2007, 8. What's coming soon makes all these look like a blip. Trust me. And user unknown says, unlike, say, equity markets, which require insane volumes to keep prices up. This is what a user was talking about in terms of auctions that require only two, maybe sometimes one serious buyer. Watches won't be immune, Hans says, especially when there's a huge layer of newbie watch buyers who aren't even in a financial position to own it. The free
absolutely
money that
the most dangerous part of all of this hype of luxury. I think this is the most dangerous part of the hype glamorization that you have on YouTube of wearing a watch of this caliber, of that basically people that are buying it either on credit because they think that it was going to go up and I'm going to just make some money off of this. Absolutely a poor financial decision.
Exactly. And if you look at the article, there is another auctioneer who mentions leverage and borrowing, and says to the effect of what JB said, is that, and user unknown, that now, you know, people are buying watches in auction houses, but they're not leveraged. How do they know? I mean, do they sit there and ask their customers, "Are
I was a
you
bidder
borrowing?"
at the Phillips auction, and I was looking at offshores that were going above the Chrono 24 price by tens of thousands of dollars, and it made absolutely no sense to me. And I think one of the things that is, I think one of the reasons that's driving that is, if you're AP, you do not want it showing that it didn't even get the reserve. You don't want any of your watches.
Exactly.
You have enough people in your back pocket that are coming to the events that you've invited them to, dignitaries, world leaders, that it's nothing to them to be able to do this. So in a very public auction, you have now 10,000 people versus 600, maybe people that are playing the corners of the market. You've now got 10,000 people, half of them, you know, they have a vested interest with either catalog stuff or with the brand themselves. You know, you don't want to get in a luxury market to be part of the junk.
Well, exactly, JB, because none of these watchmakers want to have a price which begins to show indications of a recession or correction, because the whole concept of buying a watch now by Patek, AP, and others is that you buy it and it appreciates in value. I mean, this is the stupidest thing I've heard in life with asset prices. You know, this is not stocks. Once you use a car, unless it's a particular car, which really you don't use, like a watch, once you buy a watch and you walk out and you start wearing it and you become very attached to the watch, unless it's probably like the watch we talked about before, the pulsating watch, you know, if you don't have it in good condition, you're not going to fetch the price that is placed at this level where you think this is the fetching price. This is what I'll get. So, you know, there is another
So
thing about it.
besides that, you also have the liquidity problem. You've got now $20,000 watch that you need cash for. That's not always that easy to do, and
sure.
find a buyer that has
For
the
sure.
20 cash that they're going to part with.
For sure. It is an illiquid investment, right? I mean, for these guys who bought the 5711 at $150,000, and now the going price is about 100, they're in deep shit because they bought it at 150. It's never going to go to 150 anytime soon. You know, it's not the 5990, the discontinued 5990 steel, which was selling for some crazy price at $290,000. Today, it's selling at about 145, guys. So whoever was mad enough to buy it at 200, they already lost a lot of money, and that money is not coming back. And you know, if you become emotionally attached to the watch and you end up wearing it, you know, enjoying the watch, right? For sure, you're not going to get 145, which is the going price. You're probably going to get 70 or 80, which is close to the price that used to sell at retail, right?
Yep.
It was selling for 45.
But you also think of the
50,000.
people who are highly leveraged with a piece that they have as either maybe an asset. They had to now get rid of it. They had a watch that they bought at 60, way above retail, that had all the promise in the world, that was rated the greatest. They're saying, I don't want to lose another 10. And if they have some of these watches, they're going to lose another 10 unless they put it out on the market now with no buyers. So you have this cycle where it needs to kind of correct itself with at a time when people are not going to have a lot of free cash. There's less buyers that may be purchasing that watch that they're putting out there.
Let's continue a little bit, because you know there is the factual basis that we are talking about, and there's something that they can manipulate endlessly in their own self-enclosed circle. User unknown says no transparency in auction houses. They can and will likely manipulate, allegedly, right? But makes sense. Hans says, and another huge layer of chancers trying to earn a crust, flipping them, false level of market value, offer, no bid, prices, gap down. But of course, just to reinforce something that JB and El Professor have been talking about, you can only run so far and so long over the abyss, right? Eventually, no matter how much you imagine yourself to be floating and writing out this, possible, potential, upcoming crisis, eventually, even with all those games, there's no way that the auction houses in and of themselves can keep propping up the market, and they do play an important part in propping up the watch market.
So El Professor brought up a good point when he was on in a previous.
Catch up with the
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So user equity markets gap down 2. Hans Nisantos adds, offer no bid, gap downs. I've traded through them all. Plus, when CBDC gets ushered in, then all bets are off. And user unknown had said, I say a handful to prop up the entire auction catalog, which again makes sense because it only takes 1 or 2 to drive up the price of one exceptional piece. Sorry, JB, go ahead.
If you think about the unemployment rate that Professor brought up, when people lose their jobs and they cannot live the lifestyle that they are, that the lifestyle that they have is at risk or is threatened, one of the first assets that they're going to sell, not their car. I mean, the car it's still a depreciating asset. Luxury, some of these luxury goods could get offloaded at a time when the economy tightens too. So now you've got supply for a lot of these pieces, far beyond what it was during even before COVID.
Right. Also, JB, I mean, you're making a great point. Of course, nobody's gonna. I mean, people need cars in this country with lack of any real public transportation infrastructure. Most people need some sort of a car to get to work, period. They just can't live without one. But yeah, people can get rid of their luxury cars, I guess. But like you said, priorities, right? In a situation like that, luxury watches and other luxury goods will be the first to go. And in fact, what is the virtue of a luxury watch? Again, which is, even with the wear and tear, it's probably sellable, movable. It's less illiquid than other luxury goods, which will mean that people will sell their luxury watches before they try to sell their sneakers, before they are trying to sell their luxury handbags and luggage, before they are trying to sell their luxury briefcases. So,
and even if it's not selling, they for sure won't buy, even if they have the cash, because they see value depreciating, noise falling, rumors not existing. People will decide that, why should I park $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 into something that nobody knows what will happen to it. So people who even have the money, unless they're, really at the very top, they're not going to go and buy your typical Rolex. And this is what will happen now. I mean, you will begin to see the next few months the GMTs appearing more, and all of the other lines appearing more, and so forth. I mean, I think that's normal. And we did see it, Lord, last week when we looked at the numbers from the Federation of Watch Industry, where we see exports of Swiss watches falling from January onwards, right? And this is very telling. Is it because of the Asian market? Is it, exports are falling. So,
by the way, I have a very recent document that a very kind viewer, shared with me, and it's a Morgan Stanley report on Swiss watches.
Yes, they usually do one. Yes.
And that's it's titled 4 Key Takeaways from Secondary Watch Market in the Second Quarter. So we will be talking about that report in the next coming days, probably either tomorrow or the day after, but just to share that as well. But yeah, I'm glad Paul Boutros admits, head of America's Philips watches, nobody is immune to macroeconomic forces. That's I'm glad they have that much humility.
So far, that's the first sentence. Please continue.
But we will continue to do what we have done. And that is the focus on the highest quality timepieces, on being very selective, on delivering great service. We hope that people will continue to want to experience their passion. I mean, it's really an impressive feat when you can hear the stuttering in writing. It's wonderful. We hope that people will continue to want to experience their passion. It's fantastic. A lot of confidence in that statement. And you all know, I mean, the economist, at least among us, knows that the entire system relies on confidence, on trust. And that's just not there. I can't speak for other types of retailers and dealers, but from our vantage point in the auction house, we don't see speculative buyers.
No, we don't. These are all pure enthusiasts.
Yeah, it's just people who have the sixth sense who see the
Yes.
I see speculative buyers. We don't see people who are taking loans to buy watches for investment. That's not the type of buyers we attract. We are attracting both hardcore and new collectors who are buying with disposable income.
So I think their strategy here is we're going to have a great version of the 5711. We're going to have the 5711 that you've got to own and the most pristine. And this is what they're trying to capture. They take what, 20 to 25% usually. You've got to pay import taxes. This is not a model that a business you want to be in right now. And if they're so clean, why does it matter? Why does it matter what it sells at? Don't they get their percentage anyway? I think this is PR speak, Lord, just like you said.
You see, the fact that he's using the word speculation is already, he's canceling himself out. He's contradicting himself. And then this highlighted paragraph is also hugely contradictory. I mean, this guy is just shooting himself.
Obviously, the reason
if I were his boss, I would have fired him for what he said.
There's already the recognition that there is that accusation, right? You know, that you are part of a speculative market. So he's responding to that to begin with. We are attracting both hardcore and new collectors who are buying with disposable income. And most of them, especially at the highest levels, they're buying to hold. If there was a lot of speculative buying, such as people who have taken loans to buy watches and investments, then we would be at risk and we'd be very nervous. By the way, if people are buying to hold, and I'm sure there are hardcore collectors, and I know a lot of hardcore collectors who hold on to a lot of their pieces, even those they end up selling for decades at a time, right? I'm not trying to deny that such collectors exist. But what if people are buying to hold? Why do I keep seeing the exact same watch over and over again, basically every year? Like, why is it all the same watches except for less desirable and less unique pieces that are fillers in auction catalogs? Why do I keep seeing the same 1463 hand-wound chronograph? Why do I keep seeing the same 3970s? Why do I keep seeing the same?
Is it the same watch?
I mean, a lot of times it is, because you can double check. They do advertise the serial numbers. So why do I keep seeing the same double signed Tiffany call retailed 5711s over and over again with the white dial, with the blue dial? Yeah, I mean, not everyone who buys at an auction house is buying to hold for decades.
And
he
then the
said,
fact that he says, and before, Lord, if you go up, same sentence, if you go and see that if there was a lot of speculative buying, such as people who have taken loans to buy watches as investments, then we would be at risk and we'd be very nervous, right?
allegedly, yeah, right.
Allegedly. So, which means that he's contradicting himself, right? Because already he's admitting that there is speculative buying and prices have corrected substantially. So, in a way, he's saying that, well, we know prices have corrected, people have speculated, and we're very nervous. Right? Then he says, but we don't see that, that's fine. How can he determine if a watch is bought on leverage or not? Do they have a little
Ooh.
logbook?
This is the funniest part. We don't see that. We also have not in the past few years seen the crypto buyers.
They
I love
haven't seen them.
look, I mean, the did this guy take an economics 101 class? Does he know the fact that money is fungible? Does he understand that, I wonder? Or is he just treating his audience as stupid? Like the guy could have made his money in crypto and can end up paying you in some other currency, right?
Of course.
That is a crypto buyer. If the guy made his money in crypto and he's paying you in something else, that is a crypto buyer. Who do they think they're fooling and who do they think they're talking to? The thing that I hate the most is when people try to disrespect their audience's intelligence.
In February 2021, Christie's only, not only, but extended the ability to pay for your auction in Ethereum, Lloyd's in Australia, and in June 2021, extended it. Christie's auction. I'm just saying they make this available for payment, and now this last sentence basically, or second to last sentence, basically acts like that's not part of their customer base when they've extended all of these features out.
Can I also show one thing right before we continue with the rest? Since Paul Boutros said we also have not in the past years seen the crypto buyers, individuals using cryptocurrency to come and buy watches. I just made a simple point, because I've taken an economics course when I was in college, that money is fungible, right? Crypto buyers don't have to pay you in cryptocurrency. But if they did, Phillips actually accepts it. So he was outright lying. Phillips to accept cryptocurrency for a physical artwork for the first time in company history. May 7, 2021. So I don't have to read another article to you which says Phillips to accept cryptocurrency for a physical timepiece for the first time in history, because we know already that they accept cryptocurrency for transactions as a result of purchases at Phillips auctions. So let's, Mr.
And he
Boutros,
has a Banksy picture.
right. I mean, Mr. Boutros, you are more than welcome on this channel for your rights to respond. But I find it very insulting to the readers of Hodinkee that you would say something like this.
How funny is it that they showed a Banksy here, and I've got...
By the way, who owns now Hodinkee? Hodinkee also sells watches. It's a platform for discussion, but they sell watches, so they have, of course, a conflict of interest.
Hodinkee has been sold at least in part to LVMH,
You go. Excellent platform.
as well as some consortium that includes John Mayer, I think Tom Brady, some other celebrities and other.
There you go. So John Mayer is the one that appeared on their show, and everybody went crazy for his Daytona gold green dial. So there is no collusion in this. There is no conflict of interest that a major watch manufacturer owns them.
These
but
are all
otherwise,
allegations.
they are objective.
These are all allegations.
These are all allegations. Okay, yes. They're all objective here, guys. So we're all the suckers. We don't know what we're doing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
User unknown says, JB, they let the floodgates open on catalog sizes. They won't stop as they earn their 25% either way. They would lose too much money if they purely went with the best 15, 7, 11s. This is purely a statement to regain confidence, what we read as part of this article. Empty words for public relations. And user unknown confirms what I just brought up for you. Philips accepts crypto as a form of payment too, as of 2021. In addition to, of course, accepting money converted from crypto
Yes.
by crypto buyers.
So, but if I was going to make a transaction, let's say
But buying
50,000.
crypto, by the way, is not speculative, huh? Crypto is not speculative. It's very fair game, right? You buy crypto and it's not speculative. That's great thinking. I'd fire this guy.
But he, but he says they don't have crypto buyers, Professor.
They don't, but you know, he talks about speculation, but then Phillips accepts crypto, which means that they are accepting speculators, right? I mean, this is completely nonsense anyway.
By the way, Professor, no matter how you read this, it's really funny and mind-boggling, because we are saying, like, you know, we are alleging that it might be deceptive, right? But if you read it also as something they really mean, it's funny as well, because they keep saying we're just going to keep doing the same thing and accept the same results in an ever-changing, transforming world that has worsening economic conditions. Like, who would say things like this? We are going to stick to what works and what we have been doing up until this point. Or again, we will continue to do what we have done.
You know, stock markets have fallen by 30-40%, and there's more to come because of the job market, which ostensibly has been quite strong for the month of May, right? But we're still in May and June. Wait and see what happens in the last 3-4 months, and what will happen to consumption for Christmas and disposable income. I mean, if people don't have the confidence, I think JB said, or you said, Lord, confidence. Confidence is really what makes people buy, regardless if they have purchasing power. Because in America, you know, a lot of it is bought, consumption is bought on leverage, on credit cards. I'm fine with that. So this idiot should know more that in America, even with auctions, people buy on debt, right? Because low interest rates for a long time helped that fuel that concept of buying everything with low interest rates. Things are changing now, so it's not going to be the same if people have no confidence and they look at their stock portfolio and it's falling, and crypto, and in general confidence is not there. They're not going to go and buy a 5711 unless they're part of this unique community of 10 individuals, and you will always have the 10 individuals who buy the 5711 and the 12 and the 13 and 14 and
But
everything
those are
else.
highly sophisticated people that are going to check what is it going for. They're not going to be playing these great. I mean,
but you and I guys are not going to be buying watches. We're just going to be observing watches. I'll give you a personal example. So, you know, I went a few months back and I said, you know, what watch can I get to the authorized dealer? And he said to me, oh, you know, we don't know who you are, El Professor. We don't know. You're go leave and come back after 10 years. I said, well, can you put me on the list for something? He said, yes, I can put you for an Air King. I said, this is like the spare parts of Rolex, you know, the leftover watch. You know, if they have some leftover, they do the Air King. Okay, now they revamped it a little bit. So I went the other day and I said, take me off the list for the Air King. He said, why is that? I said, I don't want to fork out 5,000, 6,000 bucks for a watch, you know, which is not going to retain its value. In any case, we're going to go back to the old normal, which is that it will probably fetch below retail price, the Air King. But that's what Rolex and everybody else wanted you to believe, that You buy even the less hyped watches, and they will be hyped, and you move on in life.
Guys, we have maybe about 20 more minutes to go. So if you have enjoyed this discussion, if you have learned something from it, if you have learned something from the way we have been exposing some of these experts on YouTube and beyond in the auction markets, on one of the most distinguished outlets for horology online, which uh, is also an authorized dealer for many different brands, is also a secondary market dealer for a lot of pre-owned watches, is also in part owned by the luxury conglomerate LVMH, that has in its body, among its holdings, Bulgari watches, Zenith watches, Tak Heuer watches, Chaumet watches, on and on and on. If you have learned something from this, if you have benefited from it, just hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. We're here for Watch Talk every day with 4+ hour live stream, purely Watch Talk, barely anything else. We're here, we're committed to this. There's nothing like it on YouTube at this point in time. Now, if you want to really help me, please send out the link, spread the word. It helps me expand the community. My first major goal is to reach 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Of course, that will help me get monetized, but it will also help me expand this community of enthusiasts who thrive on knowledge and who are interested in learning together, in teaching each other to navigate this nasty and vicious watch market. In the meantime, if you do want to help sustain this channel as a self-contained, independent, autonomous platform, if you want to make sure that I can bring you the highest quality and the largest quantity of content, you can already contribute, and you can do that in 3 different ways. I have posted the links in the chat. I have a PayPal account that's connected to my primary point of content, Lord Hellespont V@gmail.com, Lord Hellespont V@gmail.com. I have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. I also have just instituted Patreon accounts with the specific goal of raising contributions so I can have additional live streams at least twice a week earlier in the day, so I can communicate more efficiently and more frequently with and in a more interactive way with an audience in the UK, in Central Europe, and even in the East Coast of America. So if any contribution you make will ultimately be invested back in the channel, in the equipment, and just with the purpose of delivering you the highest quality of content as frequently as humanly possible, because you will be helping me dedicate more time to the channel. So any contribution is welcome. So is, and your presence and support already in directing the conversation from the chat, your interventions, your questions, your comments, your suggestions are much appreciated, and they are what gives this platform its impetus, its force, its value. So please stay tuned and continue writing, continue jumping on the panel like these distinguished contributors, JB and El Professor, who are here every day, at least in the chat, often in the panel. It's really nice to see them. User unknown adds one more thing, one more factor to consider. We all assume 5711s have always been the Patek. I don't assume that at all. For me, it's the least desirable thing in the Patek catalog.
I think it was the shittiest watch.
I would take an Aquanaut. I would take an Aquanaut above 5711.
I would take an Aquanaut as well, rubber.
I would take an Ellipse. I would take a golden ellipse every day of the week, twice on Sunday, over both of them combined. Prior to 6 years ago, they were sitting in the cases. Absolutely. User, you're right. User unknown, you're absolutely right. Collecting dust. Auction results weren't great. God bless 2016, the Patek World Tour, the Christie's anniversary auction.
The blue watch that came out.
All the promotional material they put out there. The great Nick Fox writing panegyric poems for the Patek Nautilus as a piece of design. All of these have helped prop up the 5711 and the Italian watch collectors. Again, they were the only ones buying these 5711s, and maybe the German and the Dutch as well a little bit.
I think the Dutch are too stingy. They
No
would
comment.
probably buy a Heineken beer.
No comment. The track records are non-existent even for the most hyped contemporary watch. I mean, within the Rolex universe, Oyster Perpetual, could you imagine, not 6 years ago, not 5 years ago, could you imagine 3 years ago that the Oyster Perpetual in 2-3 colors would be one of the most hyped watches on earth today? Could you even articulate that thought?
No, of course not. Of course
it was
not.
the entry-level Rolex. It's the Rolex that was meant to be accessible to everyone.
It was
That's
the poor man's. Yeah, it was the poor man's Rolex. All this is coming to an end, guys. And the 5711. First of all, if you wear it every day, it's not an everyday watch. You wear it and you scratch it. You take it to Patek Philippe, they'll ask you for 10,000 Swiss francs just to fix it. Yeah. If you try and do any kind of mechanical activity or, that requires a lot of muscle power, the watch is going to fall apart. I mean, it's a very, it's not for rough moments, very sensitive watch, right? So, I mean, people are people. People thought that at some point the earth was flat, right? So, it's okay. People tend to be more irrational than rational. And this is the irrationality of watches we went through, and now we're coming to an end. But most people don't realize it because we're still in this frenzy of watches, and we haven't yet completely, completed the chapter of the frenzy.
The billionaires aren't wearing the 5711s. Let's get real.
Yeah. Billionaires don't care about 5711s. It's only us, the poor folk, who think that this is an investment.
They got something better on.
I don't, with all due respect to the billionaires in my audience, I don't care about them in a particular way either, honestly. I care about every single viewer in the same way. If they're interested in watches, they're more than welcome here. What I was going to say, the story of the Rolex bubble backs, I think, is a great example of this. At some point, they were all the rage. These Rolex dress watches from 30s and 40s. A lot of times, in two-tone, in bimetal. They used to be called bubble backs because they had this domed screw-down case back, right? And Ralph Lauren had the sexiest collection of them. The well-preserved versions of them would go for even sometimes for prices that rivaled steel Daytonas. And where are the bubble backs now? Are they trading anywhere near the contemporary Rolex sports models? No. So we don't know. In 20 years, we don't know if the watches that are hyped up now and desirable now will be at all wanted. They might be reduced to their scrap parts. No one has the kind of knowledge. Again, I myself started this night's broadcast with a dedication to the Breitling Navitimer as an icon, right? And there is some truth in that because it's a quirky watch, interesting configuration and combination of functions at its time. that gave it this unique appearance and recognizability. Would that be enough for it to even stay on the map, being already less desirable than a lot of other iconic chronographs? No one can tell. So yeah, and there's no way of saying something is timeless, something will always be desired, always be hyped, always be hot. It's we can't have that kind of confidence.
You hear this, you're either getting better, you're getting worse on those things. So the price of those are going to fluctuate. I think if you ask Frank Mueller, you know, how evaluations of your secondary watches, they're going to have a lot to say, and we don't know which brand of those is going to fall out.
And Wristwatchholic says, I was never attracted to the Aquanaut and the Nautilus. They are very delicate watches, which, by the way, just to mention, I always come to Tudor's defense, even though it's not my favorite thing about them, that they can be thicker, but that can be a virtue, because some people simply want heftier, chunkier watches on their wrist as their sports watch, as their tool watch. Same thing here. I mean, I agree with Alex completely, but I also understand the fact that part of a Royal Oak's appeal, part of a Nautilus's appeal, part of Aquanaut's appeal is the fact that they come more from the aesthetic proportions of a dress watch than the sports watch. So the fact that they're delicate, thin, and in another time, before they were hyped up, rather discreet on the wrist, can be virtues for certain people who seek them. They are not real sports watches, Wristwatchholic says. Nevertheless, Jamie Opulence, welcome back, man. The cheapest watches Patek sells is the Aquanaut and Nautilus. These two lines took off. Equivalent to say the Rolex Oyster Perpetual and Submariner, perhaps. Aquanaut in steel is a basic watch from Patek at 20k euro. I'm not sure if it's 20k euro anymore, but yeah, roundabout.
Yeah, it's 17,000 pounds, the Aquanaut steel with a rubber strap. Yes, he's correct. The thing is that it took off not because it was accessible. It took off the Nautilus because half of the hip hop community in the US were wearing it with diamonds, and everybody started, you know, realizing what is a Nautilus or Patek Philippe. But none of these guys knew anything about these watches, so they became popular with musicians and influencers and all of that stuff. But they weren't necessarily cheap. I mean, the audience of Patek is you know, above the 50,000 mark for many of these watches.
That's interesting, Jamie, because in the US it's $23,000 plus tax. So if you can actually get it at retail in Spain at that price.
No, you can't. They won't sell it to you.
Of course, but I mean, they might sell it to Jamie, by the way, you know, El Professor. But
yes, they can, but they usually they don't sell.
5167A, Jamie, is 23,000 plus tax in the US. That's all I know. I don't know how it retails in Spain. I don't know how it retails in the UK.
It's 17,000 pounds. More or less, it's the same, guys. You know, accounting for VAT and currency fluctuation, but more or less, it's the same. The same goes for Rolex. There is no arbitrage.
But it's not. $17,000 is not the same as 23,000. 17,000 pounds is not the same thing as 23,000 US dollars.
Yes, because of the fluctuation in the dollar, but it's a mute issue. I mean, $2,000-3,000 is not going to kill you.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even available anyway, so it is.
Yeah, it's a theoretical debate. I mean, so they're not going to make it available to any of us. So whether it's 17 or 23, you can put yourself on the list for that.
I mean, for what it does, though, I don't. It's still asking a lot for even at that price. I get that the demand on this is crazy on this, but I mean, for what it is, it's Agenta design and it's highly coveted because of the popularity. I mean, that's.
Well, I'm not even sure if we are talking about Aquanauts. I'm not even sure if it's a Gerald
No, the
Genta
Aquanaut
design.
is not Gerald
It's a
Genta.
derivation of
Right.
Yeah.
of what is
It's
his
not, but
design,
you
which is
wear
already
this
a
watch.
derivation of something else, anyways. But
If you try and do any sports with this, I think it's gonna fall apart pretty soon.
the most extreme sport I do is writing furiously on my keyboard. So I think we are fine. You know, most people who buy these watches don't do real sports anyway, so no worries there.
Yep.
Laughing Face says, "Hi, by the way, here in Japan, Laughing Face is joining us from Japan. Next month, Omega is increasing the price up to 8%.
8% across the board.
Up to, he says, so probably not across the board, but 8% in certain models.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean it's I guess maybe a risky time to do it, but the each dollar's worth less.
All right, so guys, that's right, Jamie. That's right. Aquanauts is just a derivation of the Nautilus. Nautilus was designed 4 years after the Royal Oak, 4 years after he designed the Royal Oak by Gerald Genta on a piece of paper, I think, like a napkin. And it shows. All right, guys.
Yeah. Well, you know, Reaganomics was done on a piece of napkin as well.
This has been a great pleasure. It's been already 4 hours, so I need some refreshment, some relaxation before I get to work tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks you for being here, El Professor. Thank you for being on the panel, JB. And thank you, everyone in the audience, for being here. Please upvote on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't. We are here for Watch Talk on a daily basis. Spread the word. Share the link. This is really the only place where you can have sustained talk about watches and horology for hours at a time. This is the only place remaining for that. So jump on. We have a lot of exciting material coming for you in the next week. There's an exciting collaboration for some new releases. There's going to be some extra footage for that as well. If you want to support this kind of work, you already know how. You know it is included in that crawling ticker and the video description. I'm out for today. I bid you adieu. Love you. See you tomorrow. Take care.